The apocalypse is about to descend, but no one knows. What they also don't know is that I just got dumped by the school beauty all because she wanted to protect her reputation. The moment she got her graduation exam results, she kicked me to the curb like we were complete strangers. But she has no idea that right now I couldn't give a damn what she does. I've got more important things to do at home. I need to prepare to cultivate before the spiritual energy resurges, gather all the attributes, and climb to the pinnacle of life. In another dimension, a system panel displayed various news reports. First was a story about fishermen on the coast who discovered an abalone so large it took 10 people just to hold it. They suspected it was a product of nuclear wastewater. Next was a giant ancient tree in a 5A rated scenic area. The banyon's roots stretched for 10 miles, attracting many tourists. Following that, an earthquake caused massive fissures, suggesting an abnormal ley line. Giant vines fell from the sky. Childhood fairy tales had become reality. Power lines snapped in many places, causing countless casualties. Outside the campus of a large school, after reading the latest news, a group of bored students started chatting. It's all just clickbait ads. No different from that zombie stuff in the neighboring country N years ago. Yeah, that's right. Hey, look over there. The school beauty is breaking up with someone. Now that's interesting. Hearing this, hundreds of people immediately swarmed around a young man and woman at the center of the commotion. It really is the school beauty Su Qingli goddess Lily. She's finally shaking off that loser. Is that her boyfriend? Someone in the crowd began to explain. Let me tell you what's going on. The goddess wanted to escape poverty, so she already got her acceptance letter from Qingcheng University. Meanwhile, her boyfriend couldn't even get into a proper university. Their futures are basically in two different worlds. The boyfriend's name is Fang. Fang something, right? Just then the young woman spoke softly to the man before her. Fang Yi. Su Qingli began holding out her hand. I've thought it through, and I feel that between us, it's just not realistic. A high school romance always comes to this moment. The moment we both have to wake up, perhaps only now. Do we realize that we're not suited to walk through life hand in hand? It takes courage, but you also have to be in the same league. Qingli frowned coldly, delivering the final blow. So let's break up. Having said her piece, she thought to herself with certainty, it doesn't matter. No matter how you try to cling to me, it's impossible. Fang Yi didn't answer right away. Instead, he just stared silently at Qingli for a moment. Meanwhile, the eavesdropping crowd outside burst into jeers. Why isn't he saying anything? Don't tell me the shock was so great, he's completely broken. Or is there something wrong with his brain? Standing in the middle of the crowd, Qingli listened to their chatter smugly. Of course. That's the school beauty we're talking about. Why hasn't he dropped to his knees to beg her yet? But a guy who looks like him was never worthy of a rich beauty like her anyway. A classic case of a toad lusting after a swan. I'd be a better fit for her. But contrary to all their expectations, Fang Yi just coldly waved his hand and replied with a single word. Fine. Hearing this, she jumped, unable to believe the word he had just uttered. Then Fang Yi turned to leave. His voice was filled with boredom. If there's nothing else to say, then I'll be leaving. Qingli, annoyed, called out from behind him, Hey! She thought in disbelief. How can this be? Is he pretending, or is this for real? Fang Yi turned his head back coldly. His eyes narrowed as he asked, Is there something else? Qingli replied in a contemptuous tone, I don't care what you're thinking in that head of yours. And I don't care what methods you try to use. I will never get back together with you. Are we clear? He looked at the girl in front of him silently for a moment, then reminded her with disgust. Don't be so full of yourself, Miss Beauty. I'm very busy. Fang Yi's words felt like a knife twisting in Qingli's heart. She blushed with shame, completely stunned. The surrounding crowd saw how things turned out and asked in disappointment, You're kidding. It's over, just like that. Fang Yi left the crowd lost deep in his own thoughts, completely oblivious to the dark clouds that were gradually obscuring the sky. Su Qingli and all these people had no idea, no awareness of the impending crisis. Money, academic achievements, the standards of modern society, all of it would soon be reduced to a pile of ash. They also didn't know that I am someone who has returned from the future. I've come back to the present from a future catastrophe. The Su Qingli before me now is nothing more than a distant old acquaintance. Right now, I have far more important things to worry about, School beauty. So what? Her reputation. What does that matter? After all, everything is about to be turned completely upside down. The real crisis is for every single person on Blue Star. This story began last night, in a mystical space. Shards of light floated all around. Fang Yi slowly opened his blood-red eyes, observing the strange new space around him. Around him, the fragments began to show one catastrophic disaster after another. A grim blood moon, followed by a tsunami that capsized a massive ship. An entire city was about to be swallowed by the wave. At the same time, ferocious bolts of lightning struck down. Hideous monsters appeared attacking the populace. In the void, a line of glowing text materialized, detection complete. In 364 days, 11 hours and 59 minutes, the spiritual energy will begin its full recovery. Once the revival of spiritual energy begins, the world will experience earth-shattering and unpredictable changes. Fang Yi stared in confusion at the scene unfolding before him. A massive figure appeared surrounded by hundreds of hazy red silhouettes. Words appeared one by one saying, "Social norms will be reshuffled and the era of cultivators will arrive. Power will be the standard for everything." Seeing this, he quickly said, "Wait a minute." Fang Yi looked at the luminous figure with its tens of thousands of fragments before him and asked, "Who are you?" Instantly, all the fragments were sucked back together. The luminous figure made him jump. A system panel appeared before him. The system is from the Ultimate Universe, using the universe's top-tier esoteric algorithm. It can automatically write corresponding techniques based on the spiritual objects the host comes into contact with. Current number of techniques held 0. Fang Yi reached out his hand in disbelief toward the system panel to check it, but he couldn't touch it. He even passed right through it. Suddenly, a monster with a wide mouth full of fangs lunged. But it didn't attack Fang Yi, it just held its wide-mouthed posture. Suddenly, he saw something terrifying. His eyes widened in disbelief. Inside the monster's mouth was a person with a grotesque body. With bloodshot eyes, it stared at him. Fang Yi let out a long gasp of disbelief. This is... A series of terrifying images appeared along with deep red text explaining this was once the fate of an ordinary person like you. And it was also the fate of billions of people on Blue Star. After reading those words, Fang Yi was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. He swallowed hard, then fearfully placed a hand on his chest and asked himself, "That was once me." Fang Yi placed a hand on his chin, recalling old memories. "I remember now. In my past life, I was just an ordinary person, forced to struggle just to survive. Back then, I just wanted to get through it, to escape this disaster. But I witnessed the fall of my country and the suffering of its people. In the end, I couldn't escape the pursuit of mutated monsters. I died in despair. But my heart was filled with unwillingness and a desire for revenge, a desire to reach the pinnacle. Perhaps that's why this system chose me, and I returned to the present, 1 year before spiritual energy is officially restored. Right now, most people can't sense anything about the recovery of spiritual energy. During this time, I will take advantage of every anomaly created by the spiritual energy." With that thought, Fang Yi, with a determined expression on his face, reached his hand towards the luminous figure before him. His hands gently touched the dazzling fragments. Instantly, a blinding light erupted. It engulfed Fang Yi and turned the entire space white. Immediately after, the system panel appeared with a notification. System is undergoing a new judgment. After receiving new power, he opened his bright, glowing golden eyes. Streams of black and gold energy swirled around Fang Yi, forming a new body. At the same time, the system spoke. "Host has been bound to the system, initiating new path. Everything in the world can be used as material for the system to compile. Strive to collect them. Assemble powerful abilities and techniques to become a mighty cultivator and save the world." Returning to the real world, the sound from a large news screen on a building echoed everywhere. "The situation humanity is currently facing is extremely grave. This is unprecedented in history. We cannot find answers from the past. We can only rely on our own abilities and try our best to adapt to the environment." Standing in the crowd, Fang Yi narrowed his eyes and let out a soft hum. "This is..." He quickly took out his phone to read the news, thinking to himself, so the government isn't trying to downplay or deny the recent anomalies. Instead, they're calling on people to take preventive measures. This act is a warning that the Shia nation's government can't state explicitly, but is intentionally putting out there. Before, reports about strange powers and supernatural events would absolutely never have been broadcast on a big screen like this. This quiet and subtle approach is the Xi'an nation's consistent method. It's what allows the people to keep a cool head and trust in the country. Doing it this way is indeed quite laborious and troublesome. The effect is much better than the Gatling guns being sold for free at the store next door. That's right, the system reminded me that everything can be used by me. So doesn't that mean I should go wherever there's an anomaly? Suddenly, Fang Yi noticed a news story that caught his attention on his phone. The report said that the UV intensity at Qingcheng University had reached its highest level in nearly 100 years. Fang Yi continued reading aloud. Qingcheng University requires students to pay attention to safety and take sun protection measures. Beside him, two young men had also just finished reading the news. They scoffed in disbelief, saying even famous universities are exaggerating like this now, with temperatures that high. Everyone would have been dead long ago. It's definitely fake news. They must have paid to get it trending. Fang Yi quietly looked up at the gloomy sky, where hundreds of crows were flying about. Then he glanced down at his phone. He looked at the UV index notification and thought with a jolt, wait a minute. Why is the weather so different? Qingcheng University is only a 15-minute drive from here. Something's wrong. A moment later, the news continued with a warning. Student check-in will proceed as normal. Please avoid the areas with strong UV rays at the north gate and use other intersections as usual. The current temperature has rapidly risen to 74 degrees Celsius. In the comments section, an account named second and third year top student said, where are the ultraviolet rays coming from on a cloudy day? 1,398 likes. An account named Zhu Dahe commented, I think it looks like a photoshopped picture. It looks really fake at first glance. 987 likes. After reading, Fang Yi exclaimed happily, excellent. He smirked, feeling pleased with himself. In this world. When something unusual happens, most people don't care and just see it as a publicity stunt. Only I know. Fang Yi looked up cheerfully. He smirked and said, my first fortuitous encounter has arrived. A while later at the gate of Qingcheng University, Fang Yi arrived and looked around, remarking, this is the north gate of Qingcheng University. It's the least crowded one. His whole body was drenched in sweat from the fierce heat. He was panting heavily from the heat. Fang Yi had to exclaim, just as I thought, something's not right. In front of him, two young men were frantically shouting, run! It's so hot, we're going to die. But Fang Yi only noticed the specks of light rising from the road, muttering, what is this? He knelt down, curiously reaching out to inspect them. The moment Fang Yi's finger made contact, the speck of light suddenly flared into a small orb. Then it immediately erupted with ferocious intensity, releasing a blinding flash of light that startled him. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Intense Yang attribute fluctuations detected. Unlocking Yang attribute data template. Fang Yi's entire body was enveloped by swirling golden energy. It emitted a fierce, fiery heat. He was being invaded by a strange power. All his blood vessels turned golden, and the veins on his face bulged in agony. In front of the gates of Thanthan University, a blinding light erupted, obscuring everything around it. The people nearby couldn't withstand the immense pressure. They squeezed their eyes shut and screamed, am I hallucinating? Is that a Super Saiyan or an X-Man? No, this is clearly an apostle appearing. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was in excruciating pain, enduring the transformation happening inside his body. His clothes were torn to shreds, his hair flashing gold. He tried to resist, clutching his head and groaning, isn't it over yet? Why do I feel like I'm about to die? Just as he reached the limit, the system chimed with a notification, edit successful. You have obtained a Yang attribute technique. Fang Yi had successfully awakened the power of the Golden Sun breathing technique, his entire face transforming along with it. On the first day of school, at the gate of Thantun University, a high banner adorned with a red ribbon read, Welcome new students on registration day. At the freshman reception area, a dense crowd was lined up waiting. Nearby, volunteers approached the freshmen to ask, Hey, do you need any help carrying your luggage? Quenly, with her striking appearance, caught the eye of several young men nearby. They eagerly approached her to make conversation. Hey, which building are you going to? Do you know the way? I can show you the way. "Hey, this is our club's recruitment flyer. Why don't you take a look? If you're interested, you can just leave your phone number." Quan Li coldly refused them all. "Thanks, but no thanks." She glanced over, sizing up a couple who were chatting cheerfully. "It's a good thing we both got into schools in the same city. Half an hour apart isn't that far at all." "Yeah, that means we can see each other every day," Quan Li remarked with disgust. "Lovesick fools." Suddenly behind her, a massive pillar of light erupted with a terrifying sound. The overhead loudspeakers crackled to life. "Warning: high temperatures detected in the university's north garden. Please stay away from the north gate. Do not approach." Quan Li frowned slightly, thinking to herself, so many strange things have been happening everywhere lately. I can't just ignore this. I have to go see what's happening. Meanwhile, at the north gate, Fang Yi's shadowy figure gradually appeared through the smoke and dust as the streams of golden light faded away. His entire body was charred black. Then Fang Yi slowly opened his eyes, which blazed like the sun. He let out a soft sigh of relief. Just then, the system's voice chimed in again. "Blazing sun contemplation. Breathing can utilize the golden sun breathing technique to perform body purification. The technique has been inscribed for you. No learning required. Unlocked. You have received 50 editing points." Fang Yi moved his hands, which were now crisscrossed with glowing golden veins. He froze for a moment after reading the notification, wondering, editing points. What the heck are those? Whatever. They're obviously useful. I'll figure out the specifics later. In the sky above, the dark clouds suddenly began to dissipate, gradually revealing the blazing sun. Fang Yi took a deep breath and exhaled. He regulated his state. The sky instantly cleared, and the brilliant sunlight shone down. Having heard the noise, a large crowd of freshmen began to gather at the north gate. They whispered among themselves, "Just now." Did you feel the sky suddenly go dark? I also felt like just now. It suddenly got a little cooler. Hey, look over there. There's a huge crowd at the north gate. Just then, an authoritative figure approached, drawing the attention of every student. It was the principal of Thantan University, followed by guards and a person wearing a cloak. The principal waved his arm and bellowed, "What is the meaning of this gathering? Weren't you all sent a message telling you to stay away? Now hurry up and go register. Anyone who fails to do so will have points deducted." After dismissing the crowd, he and his entourage headed towards the rising smoke to investigate. The person in the black cloak narrowed their eyes and said gravely, "Please set up a perimeter. Completely seal off the north gate area." The principal immediately nodded in response. Right away. Back with Fang Yi, a system notification appeared. "You have purified a Class A contaminated zone, the north gate of Thantan University. Contaminated zone anomalous points marked by the Jia Kingdom government that generate spiritual energy recovery, posing various levels of danger." After reading this, he was stunned, thinking to himself, "A contaminated zone marked by the Jia Kingdom government. Does that mean, besides me, there are others?" Suddenly, a loud voice blared out, startling Fang Yi. "Warning, warning! The north gate is closing. Please evacuate immediately." The confused freshman watched the guards cordon off the area and began to whisper, "Are those people in uniform from the military? What's happening?" Fang Yi quickly spotted the black-cloaked figure drawing near. Through the smoke, he panicked. "Crap, I caused too much of a commotion and drew people here. I've got to go." With that, he instantly pushed off the ground, fleeing the scene at high speed. The cloaked figure who had been walking forward suddenly stopped short, standing motionless amid the swirling smoke and dust. They observed the area for a moment, then gently brushed the ground with both hands and brought them up to their nose, smelling the dirt. Their expression shifted. Their eyes filled with a murderous aura. Conclusion: this was man-made. Don't tell me another early spiritual chi contact has appeared. In the background, the principal was still busy dispersing the crowd, urging the students to leave quickly. One young man laughed. "Hang on, sir. Let me post this on my social media first." Queen Li, who was in the crowd, was also astonished, wondering to herself, man-made spiritual energy. What could this terrifying phenomenon really be? Man-made. Suddenly, she noticed something strange. No, that's not right. That silhouette just now was Fang Yi. At this thought, Queen Li let out a contemptuous laugh. "Don't be so naive, Queen Li, with his track record. How could he possibly show up in Than City?" Meanwhile, at Fang Yi's house, the surrounding temperature was so hot it was distorting the air. He lay on his bed with a cold compress, panting heavily as he thought to himself, "What's going on? This heat? It feels like it's radiating from my own body. Cold compresses and turning on the air conditioner aren't doing anything to lower it. At this rate, I won't get any sleep tonight." At that thought, Fang Yi quickly sat up wondering, "Wait a minute, I caused such a huge incident today. Did anyone find out I have to check?" He immediately opened his phone and found the #1 trending topic, Spiritual Energy Practitioners Association updates new realm chart. After reading it, a confused Fang Yi exclaimed, "What is this?" He stared at his phone screen, speculating, the Spiritual Energy Practitioners Association. That rings a bell. I think an online association like this appeared in my past life. It would occasionally publish some cultivation rules, but back then... Most people just thought it was some novelist writing a modern cultivation story for fun. Wait, could the person I met at Than City University earlier... But at that thought, Fang Yi tapped the open button on the screen. The details of the practitioner realms appeared. The content was as follows. First realm, Ghost Axe. The Ghost Axe divine art relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to create worldly weapons. Second realm, Spirit Creation, borrows the power of heaven and earth to awaken a divine bloodline and create an internal weapon. Third realm, Diamond. The spiritual energy bloodline becomes indestructible as diamond permeating every bone, granting the power to wield attributes. Fourth realm, Divine Moon, uses immense power to break the shackles of heaven and earth, gathering faith to create a new god. Fifth realm, Rising Sun, the pinnacle of the universe, controlling the life and death of star systems, roaming all realms. Ultimate realm, Transcending Sumeru, the life and death of all things, creating and destroying worlds. Mastering the cosmos, unknowable beyond. Now that the recovery of spiritual energy has become a general trend to prevent fellow Taoists from straying from the path, these realms will be made public. We hope fellow Taoists can use this for reference. After reading, he remarked, although the content is a bit cryptic, the layout is familiar. And there's even a watermark. Below the article, our commenters were posting non-stop. Spiritual energy cultivation. It feels like whoever wrote this must have something wrong with their brain. People will fake anything for clicks these days. You can tell it's fake at a glance. It's fine to write a novel, but don't pass it off as reality and corrupt the kids. After reading, Fang Yi nodded to himself, thinking, this announcement should have been released by the Jia country government, right? He was stunned. He recalled that in his past life, he had never heard of this association. As an ordinary person, he couldn't access this kind of information back then. After the cataclysm completely changed my life, I had even less time to pay attention. Just trying to stay alive back then took all of my energy. The Spiritual Energy Practitioners Association. Could this be a signal from the government to those who've had early contact with spiritual energy at that thought? Fang Yi tossed his phone aside to cultivate, muttering, well then, I'll just follow the guide and circulate the golden sun breathing technique one more time. He closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath in and out, and focused on cultivating. Fang Yi's face began to contort as a dazzling light burst forth. The light lifted his entire body, suspending him in the air. A powerful golden aura swirled around Fang Yi. He opened his eyes wide, channeled his spiritual power with his hands, and muttered the first step of the technique. Refine one's own body into a vessel. Use the body weapon to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then control the spiritual energy and forge it into the shape of a divine axe. Golden veins bulged across Fang Yi's entire face. Then a divine weapon was forged, hovering and glowing above him. He looked up at it and let out a long cry. Could this thing be... Just then, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, you have ascended to the 1-star Ghost Axe realm. You can now use the edit points you've received and apply the edited data you have obtained to forcibly imprint it onto any object. Current edit points 50. Fang Yi's eyes focused on the words, current edit points 50. It jogged his memory, and he exclaimed, edit points. I almost forgot about those. What does this sentence mean? The edited data I obtained is the Golden Sun breathing technique, which has a yang attribute right. Fang Yi reread the lines on the system panel and thought, so what about forcibly imprint it onto any object? What does any object mean? At that thought, he turned towards the table, raised his hand, and channeled his power. The cup on the table immediately lifted high into the air, and a system panel appeared above it as it floated. Do you wish to consume edit points to imbue this object with the Yang attribute? Yes or no? At this point, Fang Yi finally understood. He smirked, thinking smugly, I was right. Forcibly imprint is basically like enchanting an object, giving it supernatural power. If I choose yes, this cup will become a cup with the Yang attribute. So, what if it were a gun, a blade, or some other weapon? Could it become my own special weapon? According to the system's logic, I won't just be collecting data for a single attribute. I'll need a specially designed weapon with superhuman power. It's going to be crucial for the future. I might as well test you out first. If it works, I can order a real one. Now that I've been reincarnated, I have to deal with those mutated monsters. I need to be thoroughly prepared. Outside, night had fallen, casting a gloomy shadow over everything. Suddenly, Fuang Dik's room lit up the dazzling light, shining down on the bushes below. A bizarre figure drawn by the light from above approached. The monster had 6 glowing red eyes and long, sharp teeth. It raised its head to look up. An unlucky soul had already become its dinner. The monster's 2 hands squeezed the corpse so tightly that blood dripped down like water. After his cultivation session was over, the light in Fuang Dik's room finally went out. Inside the cozy bedroom, a strange noise echoed continuously. The sound was so persistent and loud that Fuang Dik, sleeping in his bed, was jolted awake. He opened his eyes, annoyed, and shouted, "Where is that rat coming from?" With that, he got out of bed to look for it. He thought to himself, confused, it's not inside the house. And it's not in the pipes. Could it be someone else's pet looking for a mate? Well, I did just enter the ghost phase. My hearing is much better than a normal person's, so it's not strange to hear sounds from other people's apartments. Suddenly, Fuang Dik's ears picked up a strange sound. He looked toward his front door and realized something wasn't right. With that thought, Fuang Dik immediately opened the door to check the hallway. He jumped back in shock, spotting a dark figure high above and yelling, "It's in the hallway!" Seeing a person, the monster let out a huge, ferocious roar. Looking at it, Fuang Dik gritted his teeth and uttered, "This rabbit! It's a beast that's been affected by the mutation." He silently recalled his past life. The memories were still a bit fuzzy, but seeing this mutated beast again still made his hair stand on end. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the sprawling city, high above a helicopter circled searching for something. Her white hair and robes fluttered in the wind. Under the moonlight, a young woman raised a hand to her earpiece and reported, "The rabbit that swallowed the Dark Knight spirit fruit still hasn't been captured. This thing's speed is insane." This was to Than Huynh. She had a lollipop in her mouth and hummed thoughtfully for a moment. Then Than Huynh took the candy out of her mouth. Narrowing her eyes, she continued, "Notify me as soon as you have any news." As the words left her mouth, she leapt from the ledge. She immediately dove toward the ground, letting herself free fall with the pull of gravity. Suddenly her eyes shot open. She realized something. There it is. The aura of that mutated beast. Than Huynh narrowed her eyes, then flipped over, kicking off the glass facade of the skyscraper to break in midair. She controlled her long slide down the building, hastily reporting into her comms. "I've got a lock on the Dark Knight aura again. The target has entered a densely populated area. 20 kilometers away. Got the coordinates. Pursue with all available forces, otherwise the residents of this area." As she said this, Than Huyn's leg muscles tensed. She did a flip in midair, her voice never faltering. "Everyone be careful. It hasn't been long since it swallowed the spirit fruit, so the mutation and evolution aren't complete yet. It could very well continue to evolve and get stronger, so do not let your guard down for a second." With that, she began leaping nimbly between the skyscrapers. She moved so incredibly fast, she was just a blur. A man looking out his window was startled. He looked up at the buildings confused and wondered to himself, "Damn, have I been working so much overtime that I'm seeing things?" His boss next to him saw him and yelled, "What are you spacing out for? Have you finished that drawing yet?" "We're on the 65th floor, you know." Meanwhile, Than Huynh was still soaring through the sky, her silhouette cast against the bright moon. Back at Fuang Dic's apartment, the mutated beast let out a deafening roar. Then it lunged, attacking him. Fuang Dic instantly unleashed his power. His eyes suddenly changed color, glowing brightly as he quickly leaned aside. Dodging the beast's surprise attack, he glanced at the creature at his feet and thought, "After my breakthrough, my body's changes are incredible. I can now clearly see its movements in slow motion, plus my muscles can react and move much faster now." Dodging another of its attacks, Fuang Dic tensed, gathering spiritual energy into the palm of his hand. He continued to think, but this damn mutated monster. So it's appeared this early, if I remember correctly. Compared to how things were in my past life, it hasn't even fully evolved yet. At this stage, its Dark Knight attribute is just amplifying its power and ferocity. I have to stop it. Kill it. If I don't, everyone in this building will become food for that monster. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he rushed toward the beast to counterattack. Fuang Dic's hands shot out and grabbed its filthy gray furry tail. Having a sensitive spot grab the mutated beast let out an enraged, deafening roar, but he immediately hoisted it up by its tail and began to drag it. Then he spun around and threw it out the door, shattering the glass. Feng Yi knew full well that its weak point was its tail. Without hesitation, he knelt, tensing his leg muscles to build up power. He then leaped, bursting through the shattered glass door and flying straight toward the beast, which was now hovering in midair. Preparing a powerful strike, Feng Yi clenched his fist. He focused all his spiritual energy into the attack. When his power reached its peak, he punched straight into the beast's stomach. The blow was so powerful, it created a massive pillar of yellow light that pierced right through its body. The attack tore a large hole in the beast's stomach. It felt a sudden wave of pain, its whole body trembling. But this beast was no pushover. It opened its mouth wide and began to absorb Feng Yi's spiritual energy. This startled him, and he thought to himself, "It actually dares to absorb my yang attribute energy. Hey, solar power is overwhelmingly fierce and potent. This rabbit is really asking for death." As soon as it swallowed the spiritual energy, its entire body instantly exploded. It created a supersonic boom, illuminating the entire area. The sound was so loud that it caught the attention of a man reading a book. He wondered to himself, "Is the boss fighting?" The man opened the door to check, but seeing nothing, he mumbled, "There's nothing here." Meanwhile, outside the building, Feng Yi landed on the ground amidst the glowing fragments of the beast. He stood there looking at the remains, thinking grimly, "That thing just now, it was like a starving ghost, trying to devour my power." Suddenly, a lone remaining eye of the beast fell from above. Feng Yi frowned, looking at it with utter disgust. He then stomped on the eye without a second thought, causing black goo to splatter everywhere. Looking at the filth under his foot, he surmised, clearly it's a Dark Knight attribute, a shadow type. And yet when faced with the Yang attribute, that's its natural counter, it still acted that ferociously. It must have been truly starving. Feng Yi recalled the horrific memories of his past life, thinking, the beast mutations have started. If I were still a normal, unawakened person, I fear everyone here today would have become a meal for this monster. At this thought, he frowned angrily. He told himself, to fight against this threat, I still need to collect more cultivation techniques. A few seconds later, Than Huynh finally arrived. She landed skillfully at the scene. However, when she saw what was before her, Than Huynh's eyes widened in astonishment. She cautiously looked at the pile of ash on the ground and wondered, it's dead already. She knelt to inspect it, not forgetting to report back. Target is deceased. The body is completely disintegrated. I'll first collect the remaining Dark Knight attribute. As her hand neared the fragments, she was immediately zapped by a rising current of energy. Than Huynh looked at her smoking hand in alarm, exclaiming, This scorching aura. It's so hot. She frowned, her mind racing. This is an extremely high level, an incredibly pure Yang attribute, just like the one at the north gate of Than City. This can't possibly be a coincidence. At this thought, Than Huynh's expression turned serious. She touched the earpiece in her ear and reported, Headquarters, the rabbit is dead. I wasn't the one who killed it. A newly appeared cultivator with a high-grade attribute struck first. The voice on the other end asked, confused, Are you saying that the purification of the contaminated zone at the north gate and the university in Than City and this mutated rabbit were both done by the same person? Furthermore, although this person's aura only reaches the 1-star realm of Gui Fu, their attribute is extremely pure. Is it a yang attribute of the same kind found at the north gate of Than City? She replied, that's right. Hearing this, the man immediately sat down at his computer typing furiously. He then said, I've confirmed it. There's no trace of this person in the headquarters files. This kind of talented pioneer. The association must seize this opportunity to befriend them. Than Hun used her ability to draw all the beast's fragments into a fireball, adding, I agree. After speaking, she immediately placed the fireball into her pocket and took out her favorite pink lollipop. Than Hun unwrapped the lollipop in her hand. The voice on the other end continued, put your other recent missions on hold for now. The priority is to find the whereabouts of this pioneer. Log them into the records. Best case scenario, persuade them to join the Spirit Cultivator Association. She popped the lollipop into her mouth and replied, understood. But right now, I want a cup of milk tea. As she spoke, Than Hun imagined a man's figure thinking, just who in the world is this person? Actually, the association isn't wrong. A person with this kind of power is definitely a master. I have to befriend them no matter what. The next morning, Fang Yi woke up and stretched comfortably in the sunlight. He said cheerfully, the early bird catches the worm. The bright sunlight shone down on him. He happily put on his shirt, smiling as he continued, and waking up early is even better for my cultivation. Then Fang Yi sat on his bed and began his practice as dense streams of golden energy swirled around him. He thought to himself, feeling the morning light, I'll operate the golden sun breathing technique to enter the cultivation state. Fang Yi opened his eyes. He looked up at the divine artifact above him and continued to think. After entering the Gui Fu realm, every time I use the golden sun breathing technique, I can feel the flow of energy generated by the technique like threads winding around my divine mansion. Suddenly, Fang Yi noticed something odd and wondered, this fast? Am I about to break through again? He squeezed his eyes shut as golden veins bulged on his skin. The time is now. Fang Yi reached out and grabbed the divine artifact in front of him. He swung it back and forth a few times, thinking, so soon I'm really about to break through again. Cultivation is like chopping wood. It's all about persistence. Fang Yi's other hand gripped the divine artifact tightly. He raised his arms high, focusing his spiritual energy into the attack. He prepared to strike down. Then using all his strength, he slashed downwards. A flash of light erupted, and at the same time, a system notification rang out. You have advanced to Gui Fu Realm 2-star. At that moment, Fang Yi's eyes flashed with a brilliant golden flame. He had reached a new realm. The power in his body transformed rapidly. Fang Yi savored the sensation. My physical body feels even stronger now. He circulated his energy, suppressing the power back inside his body. He thought to himself that while his rate of progress was fast, it was also because he hadn't used up all the residual energy from his previous breakthrough to 1 star. Getting off the bed and finishing his training, Fang Yi looked at his radiant golden arm and concluded the next step must be to upgrade steadily 1 step at a time. However, the phenomena caused by my training are too noticeable. It's better to find a quiet place. With that, he glanced at the real deal that had just arrived beside him. Meanwhile, in the association's office, a sophisticated man sat at a luxurious desk sipping a cup of tea. He squinted at the phone in his hand and muttered, detected energy fluctuations originating from the sun. Could it be him again? On another side, Fang Yi moved to a small stream to continue his training. He opened his system panel and a notification box immediately popped up asking if he wanted to consume synthesis points to infuse the yang attribute into this item. Without hesitation, Fang Yi held the new sword in his hand and replied, yes. Recalling memories from his past life, he thought to himself, I tried using a model as a weapon before. Even though I successfully synthesized it, it seems it couldn't withstand the power of the yang attribute. Looks like not just any prop can become a weapon. The thought came to him as he prepared. Then Fang Yi channeled his power into the sword, saying, this time I can clearly feel it. This blade shares the same origin as the power in my body. It's harmonizing miraculously. Just a second later, the system's voice rang out, announcing a successful synthesis. Hearing this, an excited Fang Yi swung the sword, creating several dazzling slashes. He smiled and shouted, "What a great weapon! Let me see just how powerful you are." However, the sword's power was far stronger than he expected, making him exclaim in shock, "Oh my god!" The sword in Fang Yi's hand emitted a blinding radiance. Countless beams of light were unleashed. Gritting his teeth, he swung down in an arc, trying to control its power. The slash caused the ground to erupt. The stream's water was blasted high into the air by the sword's power. Fang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I didn't start a forest fire. He had now created a small hot spring. Thick smoke was billowing up. Seeing this, Fang Yi grew anxious, thinking to himself, that was still way too much commotion. With this much smoke, I've definitely been discovered. Gotta go. Meanwhile, Then Huyn spotted the rising column of thick smoke and immediately rushed over, continuously shouting, damn it, I just took a second to use a coupon and to buy a cup of milk tea. And I missed him again by just a little. The water anomaly. It must be the water anomaly, but as soon as she arrived, she was shocked to realize, wait a minute, a hot spring. And what in the world happened to this Buddha statue? Oh my god, where am I supposed to claim the warranty for this? Who am I supposed to find to restore it to its original state? At this, Then Huyn sobbed resentfully. I'm going to get an earful from the aftermath department again. Ever since that person appeared, nothing has gone smoothly. Suddenly, she noticed a large smoldering gash on the ground. Then Huyn's face immediately darkened as she exclaimed, wait, that's impossible. Last night, the aura was still that of a 1-star ghost general, but now it's already 2-star. And that's not all. There's a very powerful aura mixed in here. Is it a spirit weapon? Then Huyn knew exactly what a spirit weapon was. Just as the name implies, it's the infusion of an attribute into a weapon, allowing an ordinary weapon to unleash extraordinary power. She brought a hand to her chin and continued. However, spirit weapons are extremely rare. Even the association only has exactly 2 of them. Besides, the spirit cores aren't even perfected yet. The technology is limited and can't be widely distributed. So how did this person get one? The more Then Huyn thought about it, the more confused she became. She squinted deep in thought. Then she sat down on a rock, happily sipping her milk tea and muttering, I must be mistaken. Oh well, I'd better clean up this mess first. I guess I'll start by cooling down the stream. On the other side, Fang Yi was deep inside the forest, calculating in his head. My weapon now has the Yang attribute, but the system didn't make it clear whether it can only have the Yang attribute. After all, the system did mention before that I could synthesize all kinds of different techniques, and that anything in the world can become a material for this system to synthesize. So if I obtain another attribute later on, could I infuse it into this weapon, stacking it on top of the existing attribute? Suddenly, Fang Yi's phone received a message from a stranger. The sender's name was Yitak72. The message basically said, hello. Excuse me, are you an immortal walker too? Sorry, but I took a look at your browsing history. I saw that you're very interested in the recent phenomena and even saved an article about the cultivation realm chart. I have a few friends. They're also practitioners. We often gather together and at the same time we're looking for more like-minded people. After reading that, he was startled and thought to himself, shoot, I forgot to set my privacy settings. The account Yitak72 continued to message, there are 3 of us. After the anomaly happened, we gathered to rely on each other. As for the current situation, well, those who get it. We're just hoping to find some senior practitioners online just to make friends. Fang Yi, using the name Fang, replied, I'm just a beginner myself. The other person quickly replied, that's great, brother. How far along are you in your cultivation? Have you broken into a new realm yet? That Divine Mansion body tempering stage is really tough, but I've heard rumors that the top masters in the national team right now are only at the Ghost Mansion realm. So we're not that far behind then, he exclaimed. That's pretty strong, huh? Then he narrowed his eyes and wondered, the official team has already been recruited, but they're only at the Ghost Mansion realm. A second later, the account Yitak72 messaged again. Hey, let me give you another piece of inside info. A new corruption zone just appeared. Want to team up and go? The more people, the safer it is. Resources will be split evenly. After reading, Fang Yi repeated to himself, a new corruption zone. He immediately agreed and messaged back, send me the address. Let me take a look. Yitak72 quickly sent a zip file with compiled info on the Amha Dung Long. Fang Yi tapped the screen. He unzipped the file he just received. Immediately the contents appeared. The Amha Dung Long corruption zone was originally an underground river formed by fissures in the Earth's strata. But after the Great Change, the original river turned into lava. The high temperature makes the heat in this area extremely harsh. After reading, he speculated, "It has the same yang attribute as me. It looks like I'll definitely gain a lot this time." With that thought, Fang Yi immediately accepted the invitation. "I can join the team." Meanwhile, in the Tan Mok area, amidst the towering and treacherous mountain ranges, a curious voice called out, "Old Lee, when is that friend you mentioned going to arrive?" The man called Old Lee replied, "Soon. He'll be here soon." Seeing this, a member of the group standing at the cave entrance put his hands on his hips and asked, "Xiaoya, thanks to the map and info you prepared, I found this place right away." It was really detailed. The golden-haired girl waved her hand and replied, "It was nothing. I should be thanking you guys for coming to explore with me. Once we're inside, we all have to support each other, okay?" It turns out she was Zhang Xiaoya, an employee of the Department of Culture from the Association of Spiritual Practitioners. Xiaoya forced a smile as she looked at them thinking, "What a shame. It seems this time I haven't met any outstanding practitioners with potential. I was hoping to see if I could recommend anyone to the association." Many practitioners don't know that the Association of Spiritual Practitioners is actually an agency directly under the government of the Xia country. If you want to become a real official employee, the requirements are extremely high. Normally, you can't even find a way in. The only reason I was able to join was by passing rounds of rigorous tests. And of course, my family had to call in quite a few favors. Thinking of this, she held her head in frustration and sighed. "If I don't get anything out of this trip, I'll probably be forced to work overtime again." Suddenly, someone in the group turned their head and exclaimed, "Is that Fang arriving?" Fang Fangyi walked over with a handsome smile and said, "I'm Fang. Hello, everyone." When Xiaoya saw him, she was completely surprised, thinking to herself, "He's so young." If I'm not mistaken, his power level is 2-star Ghost Mansion Realm. How strange. Even though his aura is very strong, he doesn't have that oppressive feeling like other masters. In fact, it feels warm. Without hesitating, she and a teammate pushed open the cave entrance and said loudly, "Now that everyone's here, let's go." All of them replied in unison, "Okay." Fang Yi volunteered to take the lead, telling Xiaoya beside him, "Let me go first." "You hold the light." She smiled in agreement. "Okay." A team member called out worriedly, "Fang, slow down a bit. Watch out for the loose rocks underfoot." Then he turned to a teammate next to him to chat. "I thought all the water in here had turned into lava." "Already? A drop of water fell just now and scared the life out of me. It's weird. Doesn't anyone else feel like now that we're in here?" "It's not as hot as I expected," someone else added. "Yeah, maybe it's because we haven't reached the center of the corruption zone yet. If you get tired, just say so. Everyone's safety is what's most important." Leading the group, he secretly glanced back at them, evaluating. "Even though I was the last one to arrive, everyone is treating me like I'm part of the group. Whether it's because of their easygoing personalities, or because they genuinely want to find a trustworthy team in these chaotic times, the feeling is very sincere." He came to a stop. Fang Yi announced, "We're here." Upon seeing the pool of lava in front of them all, the team members exclaimed excitedly, "It's real lava! It's actually lava!" Without a second thought, he immediately ran to the front to check it out. Seeing this, Xiaoya, who was behind him, warned worriedly, "Hey, it's dangerous up ahead. Don't be so reckless." But Fang Yi basically preferred to do things his own way. He quickly plunged his hand straight into the lava to test it. Seeing this, everyone else exclaimed in panic, "What are you doing? Dude, do you have a death wish? Quick, pull him out." Just then, the lava pit erupted with a thick cloud of hot gas swallowing Fang Yi's entire body. Flames began to flare up, and at the same time, a system voice rang out. "Celestial anomaly detected. Analysis in progress. Inner flame initiating. Maximum computational power. Compiling. You have acquired the skill Crimson Annihilation Force Art. Skill Inner Flame. High internal temperature with explosive properties. Its destructive power is extremely terrifying. The Fireblade art requires a blade to be held to unleash its might. Every slash roars like a raging inferno. The blade becomes cloaked in a layer of blazing pyre fire, creating a violent torrent of flashing flames. The blade's power condenses intensely. Triggered by his fighting spirit, an immense energy is unleashed. Phuong Dic's hands reach out from the flames, firmly gripping the hilt of the sword as it absorbs the inferno. He smirked smugly, thinking to himself, "Perfect timing. It's a perfect match for my Tang blade. It'll cost me a bit of power, but I'll imbue the inner flame attribute into my blade." With that thought, Phuong Dic and his sword levitated high up, absorbing the churning crimson power of the lava. The crowd below watched this and cried out in astonishment. "Everyone look, he's okay. His weapon is also absorbing the lava's power." Phuong Dic's sword was instantly enveloped in a powerful layer of flames. He and his blazing sword hovered in the air. Seeing this, the people below began to chatter happily. "Looks like Phuong has recovered. That must have just been a small accident during his training. The spiritual energy here has stabilized a lot now. It's time for us to start training." One person in the group spread his arms wide and said joyfully, "I can feel it. The spiritual energy has changed. I can absorb it so smoothly now." Another person added, "Me too. I can feel it. Now, I just need to train a little more and I can officially step onto the path of cultivation." Hearing this, Hunya smiled, gave them a thumbs up in praise, and then said, "I only came here to gather materials. All of you can focus on your training. I'll keep watch for you." They replied cheerfully, "Thank you, thanks." A little while later, inside the cave, Hunya noticed some figures approaching. She tensed up, thinking other cultivators have arrived. 3 rogue cultivators walked over. The one-eyed man stepped forward and shouted, "Where did you little shrimps crawl out from? Get lost, this is our crew's territory now." Seeing them, she thought with dread, "This is bad. Those 3 are all 1-star Ghost Mansion realm. They're strong, we're weak. Even if all of us team up, we still can't possibly win. We can't afford to fight them." Hunya knew they weren't people to be trifled with, so she went to negotiate. "Excuse me, we were here first. My friends have already started absorbing the spiritual energy. If you don't mind, you could absorb the spiritual energy with us." The one-eyed man didn't accept and instead growled, "Hey, little girl. Have you even reached the Ghost Mansion realm? What's all this us and everyone nonsense? Now all of you scram." Seeing that negotiation was impossible, she thought with frustration, now that spiritual energy is being restored, the law of the jungle is in full effect. In this chaotic period of growth, weaker cultivators don't deserve the resources to become strong. But the Jia Kingdom won't let this situation continue forever. As a member of the association, I have to do something. Suddenly, Phuong Dic walked over with an "Oh," snapping Hunya out of her thoughts. He strode forward arrogantly, his crimson sword in hand, and glared at the man. "A big burly guy like you, and all you know how to do is bully a little girl." Hearing this, the one-eyed man roared, "Huh." Without another word, Phuong Dic immediately held his sword out. Unleashing his power, he plunged the sword straight into the ground, causing the earth to crack and shatter, releasing a colossal wave of scorching pressure. The one-eyed man stared down in disbelief, his jaw dropping. He immediately ordered his comrades, "Dodge, get back." At the same time, the cave began to shake violently. This startled the group that was focused on their training. They asked worriedly, "What's going on over there?" Phuong Dic gripped the hilt of his sword. Remembering a brutal image from his past, he thought, "It's precisely because too many cultivators worship the creed of the strong devour the weak that such an irreversible tragedy occurred. But mere advice and empty words won't be enough to subdue these people." Over here, the one-eyed man, after getting thoroughly spooked by Phuong Dic, was now trembling in fear. Phuong Dic quickly pulled the sword from the ground, then pointed the tip of the blade towards them. An immense pressure erupted from behind him as he growled, "Get lost!" The one-eyed man broke out in a cold sweat, wondering in terror. A second-level eruption! What the hell is this thing? What kind of monster is he? With that thought, he yelled, "Run!" and hastily fled the cave with his comrades. Seeing this, the members of the group came over cheering and exclaiming, "Big bro, you're awesome! That last move was so cool!" Phuong Dic scratched his head and replied modestly, "Not at all, not at all. It's just that they were going too far." "You've all trained for quite a while, haven't you? Ready to leave?" Hunya nodded, adding with a hint of regret, "The polluted area here Seems to be out of spiritual energy now. Let's go. She tiptoed behind him, silently observing and assessing him in her mind. If that last slash had truly landed, this place would probably just be a few corpses right now. It's burnt black. He's definitely a genius cultivator, possessing a high-grade attribute and top-tier talent. On top of that, I have to report this to the organization soon after at the office of the Spirit Cultivators Association. After hearing her report, the female staff member exclaimed in alarm, "Xiaoya, you mean?" Another cultivator with a high-grade attribute has appeared. Xiaoya was startled and asked, "What do you mean, another?" Seeing her boss approaching, the staff member stammered, It's nothing. I've already made a note of it. If there are any developments, inform me immediately." With that, she hung up. The female staff member turned to the elegant man and cheered, "Master, could it be that we've struck gold?" Two cultivators with high-grade attributes appearing back to back. He coldly picked up the report and said, "What do you mean, struck gold?" Nowadays, those with high-grade attributes all have noble statuses. They're given special treatment. In the future, they will all be figures at the center of power. At this, the man sighed and held his head. "This is so troublesome," he thought to himself. "I feel like resigning." Meanwhile, in a peaceful neighborhood, the warm sunlight shone down. Fang Yi walked onto the street, yawning sleepily when he was suddenly startled by the chatter of passers-by. "Look, that guy cosplaying that character is so handsome. That prop sword looks incredibly real. It looks so cool on his back. I want to ask him where he got it made. Truly a man among men, a ruler at the peak. So you're pretending to cosplay, but you stand out too much and attract attention." Suddenly, Fang Yi's phone buzzed. A notification popped up. He casually clicked on the hottest news story. Cultivation novels become reality. Brilliant golden light from condensed purple chi appears outside the 1,000-year stone cave. A photographer even captured a giant dragon flying by. According to an anonymous source, they had once met a master carrying a greatsword who was cultivating at this location. And it was that person who drove them away. After reading, Fang Yi narrowed his eyes, speculating, "This was all caused by my internal flame. How careless. Releasing heat up to 2,000 degrees Celsius. It'd be strange if it didn't cause a phenomenon. The person who revealed my characteristics. It couldn't have been Oli or Zhang Xiaoya, right? I've absorbed so much spiritual energy with the Yang attribute. I feel like I can break through if I just circulate the Golden Sun breathing technique one more time. Whatever. I should hurry to the back of the mountain." 5 minutes later, at Fang Yi's house behind the mountain, a shovel was stuck straight into the ground, finishing the digging. It turned out to be the gardening expert Su Qinghuang. She wearily supported her forehead and exclaimed, "Finally done." Suddenly, a dazzling light shone on Qinghuang's face, catching her attention. Qinghuang wondered, "What is this?" She turned to see a brilliant orb of light shining. She couldn't help but be astonished, exclaiming, "What an overbearing aura this person is in the mountains." Before long, that bright orb quickly transformed into a powerful swirling current of energy in the sky. Qinghuang quickly sensed something was amiss. Who is that? Could they be about to break through to the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm? To cause such a huge commotion while at the Ghost Mansion realm. This is far beyond the scope of a mere prodigy. With that, she immediately pushed off and ran. She thought to herself, "This won't do. I have to go see if it's him. It can't be. I will definitely catch you." Meanwhile, Fang Yi was focused on his cultivation. Streams of spiritual energy and light shot up from around his body towards the sky. His hands continuously formed seals at superhuman speed. Golden hand seals appeared one after another. All the blood vessels on Fang Yi's body turned a dark gold color, preparing to unleash a terrifying power towards the sky above. The divine artifact absorbed all the spiritual energy, growing larger and larger. Qinghuang ran over, looked up, and was startled. She thought, "He's trying to mobilize his divine mansion. I can't believe he can control his spiritual energy with such stability. Could this person have been secretly cultivating for hundreds of years without anyone knowing?" She frowned, recalling an old memory. "When I failed to break through to the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm, it was because the pressure from my divine mansion pushed back. I coughed up blood and was bedridden for a whole week. I really don't want to remember it. Even someone with my constitution failed." Just where did this monster crawl out from? Abundant spiritual energy, precise control in mobilizing the divine mansion. Every wisp of spiritual energy seems to have been tempered 1,000 times. A person like this is no longer just a prodigy. He's more like a god descended to the mortal world. What's more, most cultivators get impatient and rush for success the moment they feel a breakthrough coming. But this person is taking it one steady step at a time. His mentality and courage are both incredibly seasoned, just like a reclusive master. As she thought this, the divine mansion moved before her eyes, surrounded by swirling flames. Seeing this, she exclaimed, "The divine mansion is moving. It's in the east." Meanwhile, Fang Yi slightly opened his eyes. He was preparing to reach a new realm. A terrifying power erupted from his entire body. The spiritual energy he radiated was dense and brilliant. At that moment, a system notification sound rang out. Breakthrough to 2-star Ghost Mansion Realm. Just then, Qing Huang arrived. She slammed her foot down on the ground to brake, panting heavily, as she observed the object in front of her, radiating abundant spiritual power. But it was too late. Before her now was a single figure. Exhausted Qing Huang shouted, "Am I too late again?" It's only been 30 seconds. If I'm not mistaken, he's already realized I'm following him. If this keeps up, I'll never be able to recruit him. Suddenly, she felt a powerful aura. Wait. Than Huynh calmly looked up at the large tree and spoke softly. "Senior, you haven't left yet, have you?" Fong Dick, standing high up behind a bush, looked down and thought with narrowed eyes. So it's her. The one who's been following and investigating me for the past few days. Than Huynh placed a hand on her chest and proposed in a low voice. "I am the captain of the Huynh Squad, a team under the Jia Kingdom's Spirit Energy Cultivation Association. I am also a Pathfinder. I, on behalf of the association, would like to formally extend an invitation to work with us. I've only been following you for the past 2 days because I hoped you might officially join the association. I hope this doesn't give you the wrong impression of us. Also, while our association hasn't been made public yet, our regulations and official documentation are all in order." As she spoke, she bit her lip, thinking worriedly, "I hope he doesn't feel offended or think that I'm harassing him." Her word choice was careful and her tone was gentle. He, looking completely puzzled, simply asked, "Why?" Hearing him reply, she momentarily stammered, It's because... Than Huyen was conflicted. What should I do now? Should I tell him the truth? A person like him probably isn't easy to fool. What's the point of empty flattery? With that thought, she spoke honestly. Because the Jia Kingdom wants to find and unite all the Pathfinders so they can gradually operate in a more organized manner. At the same time, it provides the Pathfinders with an extra layer of protection. Right now, Pathfinders are appearing spontaneously and chaotically. I understand that joining an association might feel like a restriction to you. But in the end, we all have to face the recovery of spirit energy together and face the unknown enemies of the future. Phuong Dick sat down on a tree branch. He propped his chin on his hand, looked down, and asked, "And what if I say no? Right now, I can't completely trust you." Hearing this, Than Huyen fell silent for a moment, her cheeks flushing. Then she reached into her jacket and took out a card. She held it high and shouted out in embarrassment, "My name is Tu Than Huynh. Before the spirit energy recovery, I was an athlete. I don't know if you remember me at all. These are my credentials. Please believe me." Just then something clicked for Phuong Dick. He thought to himself, I think I do remember her. I remember watching a TV broadcast about the runner-up for the Jia Kingdom's long-distance race. A thought crossed his mind. So it's true, people with superior natural talents are more likely to become Pathfinders. No wonder she's so fast. However, if I recall the events of my past life, the Jia Kingdom ultimately failed to achieve its goal. All of humanity was annihilated, but I've been reborn and I even have a system to help me. This time I will definitely be a part of it. But not now. The time isn't right yet. With that thought, Phuong Dick spoke aloud. "I do remember you." Hearing this, she smiled happily. At that moment, he leaped down from the tree. His steady voice rang out, "How about this? Let me think about it for a while." In a flash, Phuong Dick appeared right behind Than Huynh. She stood there stunned as he continued, "But for the time being, you have to keep my whereabouts a secret from your people." He narrowed his eyes, calculating. Judging by Than Huin's behavior, the Spirit Energy Association wouldn't dare anger a Pathfinder like me right now. This is perfect. I can use her for my own purposes. Without turning around, Than Huin said bluntly, I can cooperate with you, but the phenomenon you caused when you broke through to the next level, it was detected by the association. I still have to file a report. What if I make it a half-truth? Fuang Dick nodded in agreement. Go ahead and do that. Then she turned her head back and called out, Wait! But behind her, there was already no one in sight. Than Huin stared thoughtfully in the direction Fuang Dick had disappeared. As she walked through the forest, she reported to her superior, her voice filled with frustration. I couldn't secure him again. How many times has it been now? He's avoiding me on purpose, and I'm the one stuck cleaning up the traces this big shot leaves behind. My life is so hard. The voice on the other end of the line spoke gently. All right, that's enough. Let's put that aside for now. Actually, I think it's a good thing you're out on a mission right now. The abnormalities have started appearing recently. Hearing this, Than Huin was startled and asked, They've appeared again. She recalled the ferocious appearance of the mutated beasts and said angrily, I'll never forget those brutal abominations. That's because Than Huin knew them better than anyone. Some were dark and malevolent, others were frenzied and brutal. They thrive on the energy within contaminated zones that formed after the spirit energy recovery, with some mutating into grotesque beasts. They devour humans. Others disguise themselves as natural disasters, killing relentlessly, seizing and carving out territory and ultimately causing new contaminated zones to form. If they aren't destroyed, they will bring their terrifying and destructive nature with them, relentlessly encroaching upon the human world. Meanwhile, a torrential rain began to fall. The yellow glow of streetlights cast down on an old road. Dark clouds rolled in quickly. With them came a massive bolt of lightning, striking down with a horrifying sound. Footsteps belonging to Fuang Dick echoed steadily through the streets. At that very moment, the news was broadcasting multiple warnings to the public. Red alert for a major thunderstorm. Residents are advised not to go outside unless absolutely necessary. Please be mindful of your safety. The Jade Emperor scenic area within the city is at high risk of flooding. The area has been cordoned off. We urge everyone to stay away. A news commentator's voice came on. It's been 15 years since we've seen a thunderstorm this severe. Which great power is undergoing their tribulation here? Meanwhile, Fang Yi, with an emotionless face, walked under the raging storm with his hood up. He moved straight ahead, thinking to himself, the lightning attribute is so dense, majestic, and yet violent, but the center of the lightning storm is at. Thinking this, he stepped out of the dark doorway. Fang Yi stood before a towering mountain. At its peak, a bolt of lightning was striking down. He said with certainty, over there. With that, Fang Yi immediately jumped down from the high wall. He landed skillfully, bracing himself with his hands. As soon as he stood up, the system interface appeared before him with a notification. Contaminated zone detected ahead, approaching Jade Emperor Peak. Ahead is Jade Emperor Peak, 1,545 meters high with an area of 25,000 hertz. It is one of the city's key scenic spots. Contamination level undetermined. After processing the information provided by the system, Fang Yi cut through the forest in the heavy rain. Suddenly, he sensed something strange. He was startled. From high above, a terrifying bolt of lightning shot straight down at Fang Yi, but he just stood there completely still. In the headquarters conference room, the projection screen was live streaming the chaotic scene on Jade Emperor Peak. At the same time, a deep voice echoed, according to the spiritual energy density measurements, the danger level of Jade Emperor Peak is on an upward trend. Jade Emperor Peak must be immediately sealed off and a new contaminated zone established. A well-dressed man spoke up. This happened suddenly and is extremely serious. I had originally sent Qing Huang on another mission. Now she must be urgently recalled. Qing Huang, please speak. Qing Huang immediately stood up, holding a report in her hand. Currently, Jade Emperor Peak is no longer accessible. The lightning attribute spiritual energy is on the verge of erupting. We are temporarily classifying this area's level as Contamination Level A. Based on the current situation within the next hour, Jade Emperor Peak could very well be upgraded to S level. We need to activate the emergency plan immediately. However, Based on the complete files of all cultivators in my sector, no cultivator has the ability to get near this area. That includes myself. Even for a 3-star cultivator of the Ghost Talisman sect, the predicted outcome shows a 100% chance of death. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the meeting immediately grew stern. The atmosphere became heavy and serious. A man with a scar on his face named Han Lee said, "Then let's start the lockdown from the base of Jade Emperor Peak. Deploy patrols 24/7 to prevent anyone from going up the mountain." The white-haired man nodded and added in agreement, "Cut off the danger at its source. Completely seal the mountain. The contaminated zone has just formed and the spiritual energy is erupting violently. Absolutely forbid anyone from approaching. Wait until the spiritual energy density drops before proceeding with further investigation." Back at Fang Yi's location, thousands of lightning bolts struck the ground, shattering it. He emerged from the rising smoke. Fortunately, he had a body protection technique and was unharmed. He let out a silent sigh of relief. "Good thing I have the golden sun breathing technique to protect my body. But this isn't enough. To extract the purest lightning attribute, I must enter the very center of the lightning storm, which is Jade Emperor Peak." As Fang Yi walked, he recalled old memories. During the era of spiritual energy revival, humanity not only benefited little, but even faced the risk of being knocked down the food chain, falling to the bottom if we just stagnate. Not to mention the changes in the world's climate, even small creatures like rabbits or rats could become a threat to humans. In the future, things more terrifying than aberrant beasts will appear, so terrifying that even cultivators can be easily defeated. Although I've now mastered the golden sun breathing technique and the crimson flame saber technique, representing the yang attribute and the internal flame attribute respectively, it's clearly still not enough. I previously spent compilation points to imbue both of these attributes into the Tang saber. The yang attribute increases the saber's defense and endurance, while the crimson flame saber technique increases its destructive power in an attack. But relying too much on a weapon exposes many weaknesses. Only when I myself am truly strong can I control those ferocious and cunning creatures. From there, I can gain the advantage. The lightning power here is the perfect opportunity for me to once again train and strengthen myself. Fang Yi ran, dodging the deadly lightning strikes. He continued to think, to continue getting stronger, I must seize the opportunities within these worldly upheavals. Otherwise, the only other option is to wait for death in some natural disaster. Just then, a lightning bolt of immense destructive power shot down toward him. Fang Yi immediately executed a technique. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, then thrust it forward to block the lightning. But its power was too terrifying, making him exclaim with difficulty, "The resistance is too strong." Fang Yi gritted his teeth and groaned, seemingly having reached his limit. He couldn't block it. He took the full brunt of the pain as the lightning tortured him. Continuous slashes were unleashed. The attack was so powerful that it made Fang Yi cough up blood. He stabbed his sword into the ground for support, thinking with fear and awe, this kind of ultimate lightning attribute is fundamentally the brutal power of divine punishment. Fang Yi trembled as he continued to think, "It's constantly applying pressure, angry that I dared to step into its forbidden zone. It wants to force me to kneel at its feet." He looked up at the white figure that was shooting down thousands of lightning bolts and wondered, "But how do I make it submit and become my own power? Calm down, think carefully." The system mentioned I had to make direct contact with the source spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Fang Yi shouted out. Then he released his spiritual energy into his sword, channeling the golden sun breathing technique at full power. At that moment, a powerful bolt of lightning descended. Fang Yi, holding the flaming sword, charged forward to counterattack. As the two powers collided, they erupted in a mixed glow of red and blue light. Even though he was using a protection technique, he still couldn't withstand its power, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. But Fang Yi continued to resist. He told himself, "I have to hold on until I reach the peak ahead, then risk everything to survive." His feet pressed so hard into the ground that it cracked. However, the lightning bolt before him didn't stop its assault. Fang Yi struggled to hold his ground, thinking, "The lightning's spiritual energy is so domineering and dense. Just breathing it in makes my muscles feel numb. It wants me to die. But on his forehead the veins were bulging clearly. Sweat poured down like rain. Just then, a pillar of light descended straight onto the peak of Jade Emperor Mountain, creating a supersonic boom and illuminating the entire sky. Suddenly, the system's voice announced a notification. Extremely strong lightning attribute detected. Analyzing. Back in the city, the man was rewatching the recent scene. Whoa, I've never seen a lightning bolt that big in my entire life. A strange old man nearby wondered, could a great being from a higher plane be undergoing a tribulation? Why do I feel like I saw a figure in the sky? An older man sitting next to him added, what would happen if this lightning hit the city center? Don't tell me it's going to strike right through my house. Meanwhile, after completely absorbing the lightning bolt, Fang Yi was trapped inside a sphere of light. The system panel appeared saying you have obtained 100 refinements of divine lightning. Channel heavenly lightning to refine the physical body. The body becomes divine. Received 50 compilation points. In the center of the sphere of light, after receiving the new skill, he pondered the lightning attribute. A powerful, high-level attribute specializing in attack. Unlike the yang attribute, the lightning attribute can refine the body, transforming it into lightning. It's equally dominant in both offense and defense. He recalled talk of cultivators in ancient times when spiritual energy was abundant and techniques were divine. They all guided lightning into their bodies, enduring it long-term, making their bodies as immortal and indestructible as mountains. He landed his entire body glowing with blue electrical arcs. Lightning is both my spear and my shield. Fang Yi thought, raising his hand. I can feel it. The power of lightning. It's not just about destruction and annihilation, but also about cleansing and rebirth. I can feel it honing and strengthening my tendons, bones, and meridians. And during this refining process, there was no pain at all. Right after the system panel appeared with a question, this is pure lightning of judgment, punishing all evil. It can deal 300 critical damage. Do you want to consume compilation points? He walked forward, wondering to himself, so should I integrate it into my saber arts? Fang Yi released spiritual power into his hand, contemplating. While integrating the lightning attribute would make it stronger, it would also shatter the purity of the yang attribute. Besides, if I integrate too many attributes, I'm afraid this saber path won't be able to handle it. Thinking this, he smirked and shouted, I've got it! Integrate it into my right hand. The system panel once again displayed the question, do you wish to integrate the lightning attribute into this object? No or yes? Fang Yi answered without hesitation, yes. He held out his hand, catching the lightning bolt striking down. The next day at the summit of Jade Emperor Mountain, Thane Huyn began speaking to the man before her. Major Han, the situation is not as we predicted. The contamination level at the Jade Emperor Mountain summit within 3 hours has dropped from its peak to a light contamination level. However, there's still a large amount of electrical charge left in the air. The military Major Han Li knelt down, used his ability to inspect the area, and came to a conclusion. Someone has been here. An immortal practitioner. Hearing this, she rushed over in alarm and asked, what another immortal practitioner? Are they still alive? Thang Huyn also placed her hand on the ground to sense it, then said, I can't sense his attribute, nor when he left. Perhaps it's been too long, plus the storm last night erased all traces. Han Li offered his assessment. It was probably around 8 p.m. last night. The person left safely and unharmed. She asked, confused, but why? He explained, the anomaly began around 6 p.m. last night. We sealed off the foot of the mountain at 7. He probably went up the mountain before that. Otherwise, we would have definitely discovered him. The peak of the lightning storm on Jade Emperor Mountain was at 7 p.m. Didn't you also use the associations tool to make a prediction? By dawn, the contamination level on Jade Emperor Mountain was predicted to reach S-class, but after 8 o'clock, the concentration of violent spiritual energy dropped. Furthermore, I can sense. This person probably also possesses a lightning attribute ability, which is how they were able to withstand these lightning tribulations. This anomaly was a great opportunity for him. Therefore, I suspect that not only is this person still alive, but this anomaly also changed because of him. Otherwise, it's too much of a coincidence. Han finished. Li wondered to himself, did this person stumble upon a fateful opportunity by chance? Or did they actively seek out this celestial anomaly one step ahead of us? With that thought, he continued speaking. This kind of person is the most frightening. We have no idea which side they're on. If they bring harm to society, the disaster will be no less than the anomaly itself. We must find him quickly. Meanwhile, Fang Yi at home suddenly let out a big sneeze as if someone was talking about him. Back at the summit of Jade Emperor Mountain, a solemn Han Li stood before his troops. He raised his hand and commanded in a loud voice. Next, we must find this person at all costs. Let's give him a temporary codename Tyrant. The rain had still not let up. Han Li's voice continued. I also hope the association can successfully recruit Tyrant. We will also block any information leaks and proceed with the investigation quickly. The man across from him replied, that goes without saying. However, we also have a high-level immortal practitioner on our side. We're trying to make contact. Thanhuin, please give Major Han a brief report. Hearing her name, Thanhuin immediately jumped and replied, yes. She struggled to keep her composure and began her story. It's like this. He's the immortal practitioner who previously cleansed the anomaly in the A-class contaminated zone at the north gate of Qingcheng University. In her mind, she was panicking, trying to stop herself. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Absolutely do not reveal it, Thanhuin blurted out. Recently, I've been constantly trying to make contact with him, but unfortunately his movements are very mysterious. I once discovered the corpse of a mutated rabbit that he eliminated. If I'm not mistaken, he possesses the Yang Flame attribute. I will try to approach him and clarify how he cleansed the north gate of Qingcheng University. She finished. She screamed internally, Ancestors, I've done everything I can. It's the news that's half truth, half lie that's the most believable. Saying nothing will only get us into trouble. After hearing this, Han Li stroked his chin and murmured, a Yang Flame attribute, huh? He turned to leave and said, I understand, little Sue. Thank you for your hard work. We need talented young people like you. People who are always moving forward, taking over from the previous generation, like the ceaselessly flowing waters of the Yangtze River. Thanhuin stood at attention. Saluting, she replied, You're too kind, Major Han. It's my responsibility. I will absolutely continue to work hard. Han Li turned to the man and offered his assessment. We'll also put out some misinformation about the genius to create a smokescreen. Let's go with that for now. Actually, I don't entirely agree with you guys posting about spirit energy online. It could easily be exploited by the wrong people. Hearing that, he just gave a long, dry chuckle. Just stay out of it. Okay. Standing in the back, Thanhuin tilted her head, smiled, and thought, it's finally over. Meanwhile, at Fuang Dic's house, he took out his soaking wet shirt and used the golden sun breathing technique to wash it. Fuang Dic held the clean, dry shirt, feeling extremely satisfied. He quickly put the shirt on, murmuring to himself, after transferring the thunder attribute, I can still feel a clear change. Fuang Dic released a current of electricity from his hand. He continued, my right arm seems to have been physically transformed by the thunder attribute, becoming one of the strongest parts of my body. My strength has increased immensely. He looked at the lightning orbs, in his hand, extremely pleased. Right now, it feels like I'm approaching the limit to level up again. But the most surprising thing is, the lightning attribute is inherently violent, yet after being implanted, it's become as tame as a kitten. I can control it perfectly. He recalled a memory. He thought to himself, when I unlocked the Yang attribute, the first time I used the golden sun breathing technique, that pain is something I can't even bear to remember. Fuang Dic looked at his powerful hands. He spoke his thoughts. It won't get weaker after I've absorbed it right. The system reminded him that this thunder attribute also dealt 300% increased critical damage to abnormal heretics. I really can't wait to try it out. Suddenly, the phone behind him buzzed violently. Fuang Dic curiously went to check it, wondering, what's happened now? He thought to himself, after this incident, I immediately set up special notifications for the news and forums to keep a close watch. The world is in a state of chaos right now. To ensure the people's safety as much as possible, the Xia Kingdom General Assembly always issues danger warnings at the earliest possible moment. However, these warnings also hide opportunities, and for a pioneer like me, that's a temptation so great, I'd be willing to risk my life for it. I have to go there and try my luck at least once. Suddenly, a news alert caught his attention. The screen displayed, an explosion has occurred at a chemical plant. No casualties have been reported yet. An explosion at a chemical plant has caused pollution in the city. The cause of the explosion is currently under investigation. The explosion occurred right during a shift change, so there were no casualties. We ask the public not to panic and to be sure to prioritize their own safety. After reading the news, Phuong Dick wondered, an explosion and pollution. It's hard not to suspect something fishy is going on behind an incident of this scale. Below the article were countless incredible comments. Oh my god, I live right near there. I'm not gonna lie, guys. The feeling at that moment was really weird. I don't know how to describe it properly. Yeah, exactly. It was that gloomy and sinister feeling. You described it perfectly. That's amazing. To the two people above, are you guys completely delusional? It was a factory explosion, and you guys are making up ghost stories. There was a chemical plant explosion where I live, and at worst, the smell was just a little unpleasant. Stop trying to scare people. After reading those comments, he warily asked himself, this gloomy, sinister aura, why does it feel so familiar? Suddenly, an image appeared in Phuong Ditch's mind. I remember now. It's that horrifyingly evil thing from my past life. In his past life, he was trembling in a corner as a mutated beast devoured a person. A shaky voice said, "Don't move." Suddenly it sensed something and looked up. It swallowed the chunk of flesh it had been eating, making a disgusting sound. A somber Phuong Ditch wondered, could it be them, those things? Especially like to appear during the gloomiest and darkest of times. At first they might just be ordinary plants and animals, but after mutating they can possess intelligence. Their strength becomes savage. From their observation and hunting abilities to their killing power, everything is enhanced to a monstrous degree. This is 100 times more dangerous than that. Mutated rabbit from before. I have to set out tonight. I have to stop them from surviving and evolving. Thinking this, Phuong Ditch clenched his fist, releasing lightning as his eyes narrowed, and he declared in a low voice, "Time to test out my 300% increased critical hit rate in a real fight." Outside the city, the rain falls without end. The streets are completely deserted, cast in a strange, gloomy light. The moment the light turned green, something shot across the road so fast it was just a blur. It was a squad from headquarters racing through the rain. One of them reports in headquarters. This is the demolition team tracking anomaly file number 7 Zhu Yi. We've temporarily lost the target. We've now confirmed Zhu Ye's ability is to merge. It merges with the darkness concealing its form, emits a faint sizzling sound on approach. It has a penchant for human flesh, requesting immediate file update and support. In weather like this, it's definitely about to start hunting. We absolutely cannot let that happen. On the other end, headquarters replies, "Roger that. Supplemental data for file number 7, Zhu Yi, has been sent." In the command room, amidst the hustle, a voice announces, "The request for an encirclement and elimination operation has been elevated to priority B, expected to be resolved within the next 12 hours. Demolition team, continue your pursuit mission. Ensure personnel safety is the top priority." Upon hearing the order, the commander of the demolition team responded with a firm "Understood." He processed the information. 12 hours. It wasn't fast, but it was the most support headquarters could offer. The Jia Kingdom is vast with incidents and revivals popping up everywhere, stretching headquarters thin. Suddenly, a new transmission comes from HQ. Wait, the area you're approaching currently has an operative from the Spirit Cultivation Association stationed there. Our team leader, Su Ching Huang, is on a mission observing a precursor. We can message her to provide temporary support. The demolition team's commander replied, "Understood, thank you. Please have her provide support as soon as possible. I've heard of her record. Her combat record, that is." Suddenly, Ching Huang's voice cut through, grabbing their attention. "Ha! Since when did I become so famous?" She stood on a high perch looking down with an annoyed glare. "So it's you guys, huh? Calling me in for overtime." The breaker team's commander spoke up. "Than Huyen, this time we're dealing with the man-eating Zhu Yi anomaly." "This isn't about working overtime," Than Huyen retorted, annoyed. "Is this how you people ask for help?" She angrily turned to leave, saying, "It seems the breaker team's strength is so extraordinary, you don't need any high-level support, do you? In that case, Squad Hun will be sitting this one out." Seeing this, the young woman next to her asked, "Boss, that's bold. What if they really get eaten?" Another person added, "Then that's their problem." As if our missions aren't dangerous. Suddenly, the breaker team's commander shouted from below, "Please wait." His voice was sincere as he pleaded, "I'm sorry I was a bit hot-headed just now. I hope you can still help us track it down. You all know how dangerous the Juye is without your team's tracking and locating abilities. It won't just be us getting eaten, not a single person in this city will survive." Than Huynh immediately agreed to help him. The entire squad stood on a tall building, looking down at the city in the pouring rain. After a moment of searching, she announced, "Found it. Over here." The sphere in Than Huynh's hand quickly shifted their view to a new location. Anomaly file number 7 named Juye. Likes dark, damp places, eats people. Anomaly identified. The Breaker Team's commander yelled, "Roger, Breaker Team, move out." Right after that, they all leaped off the building. The loud noise startled the Juye. Sensing danger, it immediately fled. The Breaker Team commander instantly signaled his comrades, "The target has spotted us." The Breaker Team quickly formed up. The fleeing Juye suddenly screeched to a halt. It stared in shock at the person who had just landed in front of it. "East!" shouted one of them as they all appeared simultaneously. From different directions, others followed. West, south, north. They shouted in unison, "Full encirclement." At that moment, one of them leaped high, channeling all their strength into their arm, preparing to strike down. This person yelled as they brought down a powerful blow on the Juye. It let out a heaven-shaking roar of pain. The cloaked figure landed swiftly. The Juye, furious, glared at him. Suddenly, 2 strange fossil-like protrusions emerged from its body. The Juye threw its head back and let out a supersonic scream, counterattacking them all. Than Huynh, observing from the side, saw this and shouted a worried warning, "Watch out for the sound wave! Dodge it now." But the Juye's sound wave had a massive blast radius. The people nearby couldn't get away in time and were thrown back. The Breaker Team's commander landed quickly on a nearby building. A team member below asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Captain?" He didn't answer, instead clutching a wound on his body. He gritted his teeth, staring at the monster before him, and thought to himself, "As expected, the Juye is powerful. If we hadn't pulled back in time just now, we would have been torn to shreds. Such terrifying, destructive power. And it has that fearsome, dark attribute, too. If it stays in the city, it will definitely cause a catastrophe." Just then, the Juye suddenly channeled energy into its cheeks. Then it spat out a blackish-green poison that enveloped the entire area. The spot where the poison landed was instantly corroded, revealing a small hole in the ground. Than Huynh immediately realized what was happening and shouted, "It's trying to burrow and escape." The girl beside her quickly stopped her, saying, "Captain Toe, that's a corrosive dark attribute. It just needs to touch an object to instantly destroy its structure. We don't have a high-level counter attribute to deal with it. Even though it can corrode the ground, it can't instantly create an escape route to get through, so don't break the Breaker Team's formation." Another group approached and reminded them, "Everyone be careful. Our main objective is still to gather information, so the commander can adjust tactics in time." A member of the Breaker Team cautiously watched the thick, poisonous smoke in front of him. Suddenly, the Juye's 2 glowing red eyes appeared. The man couldn't react in time and was immediately rammed, sent flying high into the air, screaming. Seeing this, the Breaker Team's commander urgently ordered, "Don't let it get away. After it." Following the command, everyone present gave chase to the Juye. Back with Than Huynh's group, she suddenly noticed something strange and said, "Wait, the concentration of anomalous energy here seems to have suddenly spiked. You 2 wait outside. I'll follow them in." They immediately replied, "Got it." The Breaker Team and Than Huynh chased it to an old location. Someone wondered aloud, "Is this inside an abandoned factory?" Than Huynh stepped forward. "Let me check the spirit energy readings here first." The Breaker Team's commander looked at the watch on her wrist and asked, "Is that a new support device made by the Research Council, right?" Than Huynh nodded in reply. "That's right. The watch shows the threshold of anomalous energy concentration that a single squad can handle is 50. The Juye's anomalous concentration just now was 48. Suddenly, the number on the watch changed, causing her to exclaim in alarm, "Wait, the threshold has passed 80. And it's still rising fast. There's probably more than just one anomaly here." They cautiously looked ahead, completely unaware of a giant serpent targeting them from behind. The factory door suddenly slammed shut. Both of them immediately whipped their heads around and shouted, "Not good! There really is another anomaly that Jui must have." deliberately lured us into a trap. Fall back. Now we can't stay here any longer. Thang Hun started breaking down the door as she ran, saying, "Let's head for the exit. If it tries to stop us, it won't be able to hide its tracks. With the few of us here, we can definitely force this main door back open." Suddenly, a deathly aura washed over from behind, making her freeze in place. Thang Hun immediately collapsed to the ground after inhaling the serpent's poison. From behind her, she felt something was wrong with her body. My vision is failing. My senses and my body, they're being invaded by the poison gas. Thang Hun managed to hold on to a shred of consciousness. She called out worriedly, "Is everyone okay?" But no one answered. She struggled, gritting her teeth and thinking, it's as if, in this abandoned factory, I'm the only one here, but they must still be around here somewhere. It's just, I can't sense them, and they can't respond to me. Looking back, Ju Yi led us into the factory, but this place is actually, no, it's the territory of another aberration. Just now I suddenly sensed something. It's most likely another giant serpent, with Ju Ye's dark attribute. This black mist is poisonous. We were poisoned the moment we stepped into the mist. This poison can paralyze our senses and accelerate the consumption of our spirit energy. If we use spirit energy to attack, it'll only make us weaken faster. And now my spiritual power is nearly depleted. With no protective aura, it won't be long now before I become a soulless corpse. What kind of aberration is this anyway, to have such combat intelligence? And on top of that, an ability this overpowered. It's been running circles around us. Is this how it ends? With that thought, Thang Hun collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, from above the factory roof, a slash shot down, emitting a ray of light in the dark space. Thang Hun tried to stay calm, looking toward the light from that slash. Suddenly, the factory roof was shattered, creating a hole high above. At the same time, a figure appeared, but she couldn't hold on any longer. Her tired eyes fluttered shut. It turned out the one who created the hole was Fang Yi. He coolly flew straight inside, then landed somewhere on the ground. Fang Yi surveyed the area for a moment. Ignoring the giant serpent behind him, he remarked, "So, it's a dark attribute aberration." Just then, Ju Ye lunged forward, its wide mouth gaping, attacking him with swift movements. Fang Yi quickly detected it and flipped to dodge. Ju Ye took this chance to roar and charged at him. Fang Yi blocked its jaw with his hand and said calmly, "So, that's how it is. There are two aberrations here." He smirked, looking at his arm bloodied from Ju Ye's bite, and said, "One is in charge of luring the prey, and the other is in charge of the harvest. Pretty clever. No wonder the spirit energy here is so abnormally dense." "You like biting people, huh?" Fang Yi released a deadly surge of electricity. The blood vessels on his body turned purple. He shouted, "Then take your time and savor the taste of lightning." After roasting Ju Ye, Fang Yi used his sword to slash at the giant serpent, causing it to shriek in surprise. He pointed his flaming sword at it and asked excitedly, "You're next." "Afraid of fire, are you?" The giant serpent, unwilling to give up, lunged forward, but Fang Yi easily sidestepped it. He swung his sword with the momentum. "Look here." The giant serpent turned its head in alarm. He instantly split it in two with one strike, but its body didn't bleed. Fang Yi noticed something strange and immediately backed away. The giant serpent actively released green smoke. Its body slowly reformed. As it was about to attack, lightning flashed above its head, followed by its entire body being electrocuted until it vanished. Fang Yi smiled with satisfaction. "Just as I thought, it was still hiding a trick. Good thing I sensed it beforehand. This giant snake's dark aura is even denser than Ju Ye's. Just now, with that slash at the moment, I unleashed the power of my internal flame. I controlled it, retracting the power using the blade as a conduit to gather and channel the flow of power. The lightning from my hand entered its body. The snake is an aberration with dark power. While Ju Ye is strange and terrifying, its power is quite weak. It's bloodthirsty, but the number of humans it could harm is only 1 or 2. It's far from evolving. But this snake..." As he was thinking, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Fang Yi couldn't help but be surprised. Snake scales. As expected of a different species, even its intelligence is higher. A hidden dart is hard to defend against. This thing's poison comes with a paralyzing effect. It silently takes lives without anyone knowing. But I can feel the sharp pain. It must be thanks to the effect of the golden sun breathing technique constantly circulating in my body. Its yang flame attribute can dissolve toxins. The golden sun breathing technique's protective healing. The purifying power of lightning. When these two react to the invasion of a toxin, they can also produce a distinct sensation of pain, alerting me to an enemy's attack. But other unlucky people, even if they had some protective ability, would likely be beyond saving. Thinking back, for this snake to be able to grow so large in secret. Besides having at least a 3-star ghost axe level ability, it's definitely related to its stealthy hunting method. Not to mention its combination with Juye. It's truly a perfect method for trapping elite spirit practitioners. It must have eaten quite a few of them. I'm afraid many spirit practitioners never had the chance to join forces with the government. In the end, no matter how wicked and cruel it was, no matter how unwilling, it could only turn to ash. This internal flame power is very pure, but indeed the power of the 3 critical lightning strikes is still more prominent. I feel my current combat skills can be considered quite good among spirit practitioners. Right. With this thought, he walked closer slowly, reaching out his hand. Just as he was about to make contact, Fang Yi froze. He turned his head and thought to himself, there's still someone there. Through the thick smoke and dust, a girl's dry cough could be heard. Seeing the person clearly, Fang Yi couldn't help but be surprised. It's her, the one from that association. Sue something. He approached and asked, hey, you don't need to pretend anymore. Your acting dead skills are a bit lacking. But then Huynh blushed and didn't dare to look. Oh my God, how ironic. So the person from before really was him. She mumbled, the smell woke me up. I wasn't pretending. Fang Yi agreed. You're pretty strong. Your teammates have all exhausted their spirit energy and lost consciousness, but you still maintained a bit of a protective aura. If you hadn't held on to your will, you wouldn't have been able to smell the stench of blood and burning. Than Huynh scrambled to her feet. Thanks for the compliment. A bitter feeling welled up inside me. I really did hold back some of my protective aura, and he actually noticed it. But I have absolutely no idea how he defeated Juye, and that giant snake too. Seeing her covering her face with her eyes shut, he suggested she didn't have to keep her eyes covered as long as she promised to be honest and not reveal my identity. It's getting late. Since you and your colleagues are no longer in mortal danger, I'll be leaving now. He thought to himself, this guy's attitude is much friendlier than last time. Suddenly Than Huynh cried out, oh, hey, wait. But before he even heard what she had to say, he had already flown off. No need. It's hard to talk with a crowd. I'll leave this place for you to handle okay. Reaching a spot out of sight, he landed, looked around, and sighed in relief. Good thing she didn't see. I just tried to touch her to absorb her darkness attribute. That uncomfortable and cold feeling is truly disgusting. Maybe it's because the darkness attribute's spiritual energy was dispelled by me combined with my body's instinctive resistance that it didn't work. The system didn't react either. Oh well, I'll analyze it when I get home. Down below, Than Huynh watched him leave and sighed to herself. What a shame. I couldn't even get a clear look at his face. It seems he still can't completely let his guard down around the association. She knelt down and repeatedly slapped the sabotage team commander's face. Wake up! It's over. He groggily opened his eyes. Realizing what had happened, he shot up and yelled, we were ambushed. But the sight of the giant skeleton disintegrating made him fall silent. After a moment, he screamed in horror, What is this? Where did this pure yang attribute come from? Than Huynh recounted, as you can see, an ascendant came and helped us. He's probably my mission target. My original mission was to identify an ascendant who possesses a pure, high-grade attribute, this very yang attribute. I haven't completed it yet. His identity is still a mystery. In fact, he even turned the tables and monitored me. He knew what I was doing. But this time, he protected us instead. A member of the group couldn't help but clench his fists in admiration to take down Juye and the giant snake all by himself. I can't believe someone that powerful exists. But the sabotage team's commander was only focused on collecting the spoils of war and asked, speaking of which, where's Juye's body? We should secure the scene first, take what's left of these materials, and submit them to the association. He walked over to absorb the remaining energy and accidentally stepped on a remnant. The residual lightning from Fang Yi gave him a shock. What kind of violent energy is this Captain too? Didn't you just say he had the Yang attribute? But this residual electrical charge is way too strong. Thang Huynh couldn't understand it either. Is this what's left of Ju Ye's body? The purity of the attribute on it is indeed very powerful, and it's a high-grade attribute. The sabotage team's commander speculated in confusion. Could it be that two high-level ascendants appeared here? One killed the Dark User, and another one killed Ju Ye. And then they left together. Thang Huynh immediately denied it in her mind. No, that's not it. How should I explain this? The truth is, he was the only one who appeared here. It's unbelievable, but one person can simultaneously possess two types of pure high-grade attributes. Just having one of them would already make you a top-tier genius. A high-grade dual attribute ascendant. He's truly a one-of-a-kind existence. The Yang Flame Ascendant. The Lightning Tyrant. Just what kind of monster is he? Luckily, I had teammates waiting outside the factory. If I had been inside for too long, they would have immediately reported it to the association. The association would have then assessed the situation and dispatched an investigation team to the scene. Initially, they were supposed to collect our bodies, but when they came in and saw we were still alive, they cried their eyes out. "Boss, thank God you're not dead. I really thought we had lost our captain. If you had died, what would I have done?" But now, the main objective has shifted to scanning for residual spirit energy, analyzing the traces to reconstruct the entire battle for the association's investigators. They will then compile the results and report back. After a while, a cleanup crew member reported to both captains based on the analysis of the traces left at the scene. Both the fighting style and the method of execution indicate that the person who killed these two anomalies is with 99% certainty the same person. The sabotage team's commander was stunned. So it really is a dual high-grade attribute ascendant. I thought we had made a mistake. Well, that makes sense. These two aberrations, just one of them, would have been enough to wipe out our entire team. That black-haired guy agreed. That's right. This expert acted just once and dealt with them in the blink of an eye. How can there be such a huge gap between people in the same ghost abode realm? Thang Huynh spoke into her communicator. The target I was tracking has just appeared. The data has been updated. I need to report to my superiors. The surveillance results are as follows. Both the Tyrant and the North Gate of Qingcheng University are targets I am monitoring. Hearing this, the old man on the other end of the line sighed and gave an order. I understand the situation, Little Sue. Your mission is on hold for now. The other party saved you and also eliminated the aberrations protecting the area. That shows he holds no ill will towards the association, nor is he our enemy. In any case, my opinion and old Hans are not the same. For your safety, and so that the association makes a good impression on this tyrant, do not make contact with him for the time being. Thang Huynh replied, understood. But I have another theory related to what happened before on the back mountain when the tyrant was about to level up. He frowned. What is it? Thang Huynh recounted, I once sensed an extremely powerful aura in the area where he was active. At that time, I suspected he had a spirit weapon, but I still found it unlikely. But if we've confirmed that he possesses dual high-level attributes, then, before she could finish, he couldn't help but cut her off. He has a spirit weapon. Impossible. No matter how outstanding his talent is, it's impossible to possess a spirit weapon without any resources or support. Furthermore, the investigation team found no traces of a third type of energy belonging to a spirit weapon at the scene. Thang Huynh added, when I made contact, the spirit energy I sensed from the spirit weapon had a Yang attribute. This made him understand. So that's how it is. If the spirit weapon's attribute originates from his own Yang attribute, if he is a venerable master at the spirit creation realm, then theoretically, he could have absolutely done it himself. Thang Huynh was stunned. The spirit creation realm. In the current world, experts who have reached the spirit creation realm are as rare as phoenix feathers and Keelan horns. There are no more than 10 of them. The voice on the other end added, but if this person truly possesses a third type of attribute spirit energy, it would change the entire current situation and shake the whole world of cultivators because, according to research, Spirit energies of different attributes repel each other within the body, making it very difficult for them to coexist. Currently in the world, there has never been a cultivator who could possess 3 types of spirit energy attributes at the same time. If he really does have a spirit weapon, then the fact that we didn't detect a 3rd attribute might not be a bad thing. We can only hope that cultivators with such immense power will not become enemies of humanity in the future. Meanwhile, at Fang Yi's place, he stepped out of the bathroom, calculating with a headache there's less than a year left until spirit energy officially recovers. However, the world is already in turmoil. Strange phenomena are appearing everywhere, and the aberrations have begun to act violently. After opening the connection point between the body and the world, my spirit energy can sense the changes in the world more keenly than ordinary people. It's like those people discovered in the underground river before, even if they only cultivated on their own and weren't officially recognized as cultivators by the Jia nation. Most of them had already reached the 1st star of the Ghost Abode realm. Currently, the Jia nation is showing goodwill towards rogue cultivators. And like me, this also shows that both official cultivators and freelance cultivators are now in a relatively stable exploratory phase. The aberrations and are still within the government's control. There haven't been any major conflicts among cultivators yet. However, despite establishing the Spirit Energy Cultivation Association, the government still has no intention of making this organization public. Nowadays, you can hear people everywhere discussing their unease and the unpredictable mutations happening around them. It's clear the government is trying to both protect humanity and issue early warnings about potential threats. But the problem lies right there. I can sense that the government isn't confident enough to usher in a full-scale era of cultivation. The population is too large. Once all the information is made public, the first thing to happen will be the collapse of social order. Internal chaos will lead to large-scale turmoil and casualties. Looking at the current situation, the recognized cultivators are not yet capable of maintaining stability against these changes. Facing internal rebellion and external invasion at the same time would only make the current situation collapse faster. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with the government adopting its current moderate approach, because the human heart can be more terrifying than ghosts and gods. The only thing that worries me is that the development speed of the aberrations seems to have exceeded my predictions. The creature I encountered today is a typical example of mutation caused by dark attribute contamination. After touching the black mist, I realized they actually belong to a branch of the darkness attribute. It's the shadow attribute, the nemesis of cultivators. A sub-branch of the darkness attribute, the bane of cultivators. I can't absorb it for now. These aberrations possess intelligence far beyond ordinary beasts. Not only do they like to feed on humans, but the bodies of cultivators are like a great tonic to them. They even know how to team up to set traps and eliminate cultivators. Although they certainly can't compare to the dark attribute aberrations I've met before. Just one of those could destroy an entire country or even a continent. But if I hadn't followed them all the way today, I'm afraid that small team and the person who once wanted to recruit me would have all lost their lives. Just a branched attribute is already this sinister and disgusting. The true dark attribute is too great a threat. But if it's temporarily impossible to absorb, doesn't that mean when I meet the system's conditions, I'll be able to absorb it? How can the dark attribute be so powerful against humans? If I can make it my own power, nothing would be better. It could even be the key to turning the tide. Right now, I possess the Golden Sun breathing technique, which has a Yang attribute, the 100 refined divine lightning, a lightning attribute, and also the Crimson Flame Saber from the Inner Flame attribute, a sub-branch of the Yang attribute. Not only are these high-grade attributes, more importantly, I have techniques that are perfectly compatible with me. Add to that my 3-star Ghost Axe Realm Strength, and I doubt there are many cultivators who are my match. But that's still not enough. Just as he was thinking, the phone on the table rang. Fang Yi picked it up, surprised, and wondered, "Auntie, why so suddenly on the other end of the line?" His aunt greeted him with a smile. "Little Yi, are you doing well lately? Your younger cousin is coming to study near you for a while. I'm worried about her staying in a hotel all by herself. Could you let her stay with you for a few days?" Fang Yi repeated in surprise, "My cousin." He thought to himself, my only memory of her is as a bookworm who loves to study. As for what she looks like, I've almost completely forgotten. But he didn't think too much about it and agreed right away. Yeah, sure, just let her come over. We have a spare room. When is she arriving? His aunt immediately said, Oh, no need, no need. I'll send her the address so she can come over on her own. I'll have her bring some local specialties for you, okay? Feng Yi replied happily. Thanks, Auntie. I won't be shy then. His aunt nodded. Your cousin will probably arrive tomorrow afternoon. Sorry to trouble you then. He replied humbly. It's no trouble at all, Auntie. I have something to take care of, so I'll hang up first. At the same time, inside a dark room, a person completely covered in a cloak was searching on a computer, looking at the articles about the spiritual energy recovery. The person repeated with some curiosity, the Yang fire tremor. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. Feng Yi's aunt peeked her head in and asked, Are you done packing your luggage? The girl turned around startled and replied, It's done. But honestly, I still don't want to bother my cousin. A hotel is perfectly fine. The girl's mother advised with a worried tone, No way. It's much safer to stay at your cousin's house than outside. Your cousin is someone I can trust. Now that you're at someone else's house, don't cause any more trouble. Help out a little more whenever you can, you hear me? Not wanting to hear any more, the girl pushed her out. Don't worry. I know what to do. After successfully closing the door, she reminded herself, I'll just have to overcome each obstacle as it comes. Compared to those strange phenomena, whatever my cousin says won't be as scary. The next day, the sky was clear and blue. A girl carrying luggage walked towards the building where Feng Yi lived. After walking a bit further, her phone notified her, You have arrived. The girl looked up and nodded. This must be the place. Just as Feng Yi came downstairs, he ran into her. Are you Lin Yi? She silently lowered her head and didn't answer. A moment later, the two sat awkwardly in the room. Feng Yi broke the silence. So, you're here for the summer camp, right? Lin Yi replied, That's right. He then said, Just call me if you need anything. She timidly agreed. Okay. Thank you, cousin. Not knowing what else to say, Feng Yi handed her a key and instructed, This is the spare key. I'll head back to my room first. Your room is right across from mine. Lin Yi took it. Okay. Sorry to trouble you for these few days. She watched his back as he left. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Looks like my cousin is easygoing. He won't interfere too much with my affairs. Meanwhile, Feng Yi glanced back as he walked, wondering, Am I imagining things? Or is she just not good at hiding it? Just now when she was sitting on the sofa, I really felt a faint, strange spiritual energy. It kept appearing and disappearing. Could it be that she's also become a cultivator? So she said she's here for a summer camp. Could it be because of... At that moment, Lin Yi's phone lit up. It was a chat conversation between her and two other people. A lotus leaf in the wind. My cousin is nice too. It looks like he won't interfere with my activities. When are we making our move? Beautiful 81-year-old woman, don't rush. Let's be discreet. This area has been pretty chaotic lately. There are many contaminated zones, but there are always cultivators fighting over them first. Scammed online for 5 yuan, I heard about that too. Last time at the underground river, that's exactly what happened. Two teams ran into each other. As a result, there was an incredibly powerful master. They say he unleashed a sword strike as bright as the sun, forcing the other side to retreat. Beautiful 81-year-old woman. A sword strike as bright as the sun. For real, then it must be a top-tier Yang attribute. A cultivator with a high-grade attribute. A lotus leaf in the wind. It's true, that's what I heard too, because of that. Oh, we have to be extremely careful this time. The spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered yet. Everything is still hidden in the shadows. Heaven knows how many cultivators are hiding in Jia country. Like monsters, we absolutely cannot stand out. Beautiful 81-year-old woman +1. Scammed online for 5 yuan plus 10,086. A lotus leaf in the wind got it. I'll wait for news from you two. Turning off her phone, she thought to herself, Oh well, since it's my first day here, it's probably best not to practice my cultivation. If my cousin finds out, it'll be really hard to explain. 3 days later. But who would have known that living with my younger cousin would bring so many troubles to my cultivation progress? Meditating to regulate my breathing can be interrupted at any moment, and someone might see me practicing my golden sun breathing technique. It's so bright, I wonder if she'll notice. Why didn't I realize the golden sun breathing technique was this flashy before? But the scariest thing is still. Lin Yi brought out the food and called her cousin, "Dinner's ready. Tonight we're having tomato beef stew with a cucumber salad. There's also corn and rib soup." He walked over, pulled out a chair, and joined her for the meal. "All right, you're being way too formal. Just leave the dishes for me to wash." But she politely refused. "It's all right. I'm staying here for now. These are things I should be doing." This gave Fang Yi a bit of a headache. So polite, so meticulous, absolutely flawless, doing housework. It's like she has OCD and is obsessed with cleanliness. I just didn't stop her from doing it. It's also to let her guard down around me. Only then can I discover her secret. Just then, Lin Yi's phone vibrated. Fang Yi glanced over and immediately asked, "What is it? Is a friend looking for you?" "Well, you two can talk. I'll head back to my room first." Seeing this, Lin Yi picked up her phone, watching him warily. Back in her room, she spoke cautiously into the phone. "What did you say?" "The great cosmic shift is happening again tomorrow. When 3 in the afternoon. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. Then let's meet at the entrance to Zhenyang Firetown. See you there." Outside the window, Fang Yi hovered in the air, eavesdropping and pondering. Zhenyang Fire. Isn't that a famous town on the outskirts? It's an hour's drive. As I thought, my dear cousin is also a celestial walker during this period of aura revival. A good thing her current power level probably can't detect me, but she's still a high school student, yet she's already reached the Ghost Palace Realm 2-star. And she's even showing signs of a star promotion. Could it be that because her talent is so high, her personality is a bit peculiar? In that case, my cousin coming here for summer camp was just a lie. The great cosmic shift is the real reason, isn't it? She must have heard news about the great cosmic shift from somewhere and made up a reason to come here. Every great cosmic shift is an opportunity. I can acquire a new type of magic to enhance my power. I wonder what kind of attribute will appear this time in Zhenyang Firetown. Whatever it is, once I hear about it, it's mine. Having made up his mind, he flew off at top speed. In her room, Lin Yi stopped her cultivation and wondered, "How strange, am I hallucinating?" I felt like someone was watching me just now. The next day, at Zhenyang Firetown, Lin Yi had already arrived. The girl with the username Lost5UN2A Catfish immediately sidled up to her, teasing, "So have you been staying at your cousin's place these past few days? How is he? Is he handsome?" Lin Yi thought about it seriously. He's pretty nice. As for his looks, they're just average. In any case, he's not the type of famous handsome guy she likes." Just hearing this, Lost5UN2A Catfish lost all interest. The woman with the username 81 Years Young Beauty reminded her, don't forget what she said before. Yi considers herself to be just an ordinary face in the crowd. Not far away, a young man resting his chin on his hand interjected, "All right, everyone's here. Let's get down to business." Lin Yi, rather surprised, asked, "Right, is that person not coming this time either?" The other person replied, "It's still just the 6 of us this time. She's not coming." 81 Years Young Beauty added, "She's always been this mysterious. We're all used to it by now. Let's go." And this entire scene was witnessed by Fang Yi, who was sitting at a drink stand. He frowned, thinking to himself, "It seems my cousin's team is competent enough to act discreetly. The weakest member is already at a stable. Ghost Palace Realm 2-star. And that man who just spoke has even reached the Ghost Palace Realm 3-star. From what they said, there's another strong, frequently absent member in their group, and on the mountain of this famous town." A vine suddenly appeared, hanging down from the sky. It looked just like the magical beanstalk from the fairy tale. The vine appears randomly around the Zhenyang Fire area. The time of its appearance is not fixed. This is different from any information the celestial walkers have known before. It's beyond everyone's understanding and perception. It's clearly a great cosmic shift, but it's not related to the weather, nor is it a collapse and restructuring of the Earth's surfaces. It's a strange object that has appeared out of the void. It drifts around everywhere without causing damage, without the thunder lightning or scorching sun of other rare phenomena. It just moves silently, appearing for a brief moment. A while later, inside the valley, 81 Years Young Beauty exclaimed in disbelief, "My God, is that it? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it." Suddenly, Lost Fei Yuan 2A Catfish stopped them. "Wait, We shouldn't go any further." Lin Yi was surprised. Why not? She saw that her friend's face was grim, her whole body trembling violently. Only after seeing it for real do I feel how wrong this is. My whole body went cold. Have you guys seen the rumors on the internal forum? Actually, I have a friend on that team. The last time the vines appeared, they tried to approach it. They were all pioneers much stronger than me. Their realms were not low. But after coming here, they all vanished. I have a feeling the same will happen to us. To die without a grave. At first I thought I could easily accept the risks of being a pioneer. Either you win big or you're crushed to dust. But until I saw this thing, I suddenly felt a primal fear. My intuition, it's telling me that this time we're facing a high-level worldly anomaly. A powerful unknown and completely new anomaly. I don't want to be buried here just yet. I want to retreat. Hearing her, Lin Yi felt a bit of sympathy. You're right. Actually, we all feel it. Within these wood attribute vines, there is an air of desolation. I don't know how to describe it. It's the feeling of sinking into the river of time, where all things decay and life force is exhausted. That's why it makes us feel so uneasy and intensely uncomfortable, as if it wants to devour our very lives. Suddenly, she grabbed the hand of Scammed Out of 5, RMB in an online relationship, and shouted, "But this is the martial path of a pioneer." Not far away, Fang Yi was also observing the anomaly below. What a gloomy, deathly aura. I've seen so many worldly phenomena. Besides the dark attribute anomalies, the vines here are the most unsettling. They decided to cultivate here. Their courage is truly commendable. It's clearly a plant that symbolizes vibrant life, yet it gives off such a grim feeling. It doesn't feel alive, it's like a dead thing pretending. A creature that has lost all its spiritual energy. Down below, Lin Yi took the lead in encouraging everyone. Everyone, we don't have time to overthink this. We'll feel the danger right here. Everyone stay within sight. Don't go too far. Everyone agreed to follow her orders. After giving the command, Lin Yi sat on a branch and thought to herself, this way it should be a little safer. Seeing that she had entered a meditative state to cultivate, Fang Yi appeared and praised her. Not bad, you're vigilant, sensing the power to cultivate at a distance that's neither too close nor too far. As expected of an outstanding student who has calculated the position that maximizes benefits without being rash or retreating. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred around Lin Yi. He couldn't help but be amazed. Is she about to advance a star? She's already reached the threshold of 3 stars so quickly. This cousin of mine really has extraordinary talent. Seeing this, her friends cheered happily. 3-star Ghost Axe Yi is amazing. Yi actually had a breakthrough. The motionless tree roots suddenly stirred. A person in the team looked back warily and hurriedly informed the whole team, "Not good! The vines are coming for us!" The group fled in a panic. What? How did they detect us from so far away? Following that were endless shrill screams. "Help me! Run, run! If we don't run, we'll definitely die here!" Yi's breakthrough caused too much of a commotion. We absolutely cannot let the vines entangle us. Once you're caught in them, boy. That desolate aura will instantly wrap around our bodies and will be dissolved in a flash. The vines multiplied, and the barrier Lin Yi created gradually began to fail. The 81-year-old beautiful woman immediately grabbed Scammed Out of 5 RMB in an online relationship and yelled, "No, we can't leave yet. Something will happen to Yi." But the other girl had lost all her will, screaming, "What do you want me to do? Use my spiritual energy to protect her. She's the one who decided to cultivate here. And then she recklessly advances her realm. Is she trying to get me killed just so she can become stronger?" The 81-year-old beautiful woman wanted to persuade her further. "Calm down." But she was countered by another teammate. "Life and death are fated. Wealth and status are up to heaven. If we don't go now, we'll all be buried here with her. You're still so young. Don't let your emotions rule you. We all just happened to meet on the road." As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a slap. The 81-year-old beautiful woman roared in anger. "Then you all can get lost. I will never abandon my comrade." Up above, Fang Yi watched the show unfold, thinking calmly to himself. Perhaps my cousin still doesn't realize her own situation. After all, she's still just a student. The power of these vines is this terrifying. I don't even know if my current strength is enough to save her. But I'm afraid time is running out. I promised your aunt that I would take good care of you. A promise made cannot be broken. Down below, the 81-year-old beautiful woman charged into the encirclement, unleashing punches and kicks at the vines to save her comrade. But then, she too was bound tightly by the vines. A branch shot towards Lin Yi. Just as it pierced her barrier, Fang Yi rushed in with his sword. This scene stunned the captured people. A pillar of fire descended from the sky, easily shattering the vines here. From within the pillar of fire, Fang Yi's figure slowly emerged. The bound people were astonished and began to whisper, "The vines. They've retreated. They've stopped attacking." A few unwilling vines rushed towards Fang Yi, but he shattered them with just a slight flex of his power. The terrifying pressure made everyone cover their faces, wondering, is this also a pioneer? It's the ultimate Yang attribute. That's right. Only such a high-level attribute would dare to be so bold. What did it rely on to force back the desolate vines? I considered myself extremely talented, having reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm in such a short time. I estimate that across the entire country, the number of pioneers with such speed, you can count them on one hand. And that's not even counting that mysterious prodigy. Lin Yi's talent is only on par with mine, but if there are others like that among the Ascendants, then what does that make us? Are we just stars meant to be the backdrop for a bright moon? He didn't just crush me, he crushed all of us. What in the world even are these Ascendants? Just then, several system panels appeared before Fang Yi. Extreme Wood attribute detected, automatically recording, record successful. Ceaseless growth can instantly absorb all surrounding life force and vitality to rapidly recover from injuries. Fang Yi felt the new attribute. This wood attribute technique is so powerful. As long as there's life force nearby, it's practically a self-recharging perpetual motion machine. The system updated again. Extracting attribute. Desolation attribute extracted. Desolation attribute can instantly stir up an aura of desolation, corroding all life force in the vicinity. He opened his eyes and marveled. It's no wonder this vine can only grow in such a treacherous region. If it grew anywhere else, I'm afraid the life force for dozens of miles would be sucked dry by it. A fatal plunder. This desolation attribute is just too overpowered, forcibly seizing the life force of others. Suddenly, voices called out from behind him. "Thank you for saving our lives, brother. Thanks. If it weren't for you just now, we would have definitely died. How can we possibly repay you?" Feng Yi wasn't concerned and waved a hand dismissively as he left. "Don't worry about it. See you around." He thought to himself, I only managed to get here by following their intel. And I got the abundant vitality and desolation attributes out of it. Honestly, I'm the one who profited. As for their little conflict earlier, she should keep a better eye on her cousin from now on. When people are in danger, their true nature is most easily revealed. A fractured team of 5 won't be safe when a real crisis hits. Seeing Fang Yi dash away, E-girl. "Lost 5, Yuan asked worriedly. He left so fast. "What do we do now?" The guy next to her glanced over. What, regretting something? Regretting that you didn't save him earlier. The threat is gone now, and Lin Yi has reached the 3rd stage. Our best option now is to try and stick with this team. A moment later, Lin Yi opened her eyes. As she landed, the group cheered excitedly. You're awake. Now we'll see. If she's rational enough, she won't let things get awkward between us. Rather than focusing on these things, it's better to think about that mysterious person. But she looked around blankly. What happened? As they spoke, she fell silent, thinking, the remnants of that Yang attribute are so strong, even at my distance. I can feel its brilliant and overwhelming heat. Suddenly, the black-haired guy held out his hand and said, "Let me tell you what happened. It was like this." A while later, Lin Yi returned her mind, replaying her friend's story over and over. Could that person really be that strong? That's no different from a monster. The vine that we couldn't cut no matter how hard we tried was forced to retreat by a single slash from him, see? Now that vine has actually pulled all the way back up into the sky. It's cowering and doesn't dare to come near us at all. This is the intimidating power of that person. Even though he's already gone, the vine is still as docile as a lamb. It's nothing like the chaotic, roaring monster it was before. Just as she thought of this, she opened her door. Fang Yi immediately smiled and said, You're back. You don't look too well. She forced a smile to hide it. School was just a bit tiring. Fang Yi didn't press the issue and casually praised her. You're working pretty hard. Go get some rest. Let's order takeout tonight. She mumbled a reply and went into her room, closing the door tightly and sighing in relief. The breakthrough took too much mental energy. Every time I control my spiritual power to activate divine judgment, it requires intense concentration. It's honestly more tiring than staying awake for a whole month. Luckily, I'm not a normal person anymore. A few sleepless nights won't kill me. You're working pretty hard, huh? This kind of training is the destiny of an ascendant. The world has already begun to change drastically. A normal life like my cousin's is impossible for me. Suddenly her phone buzzed with a new message. If you find any more traces of that powerhouse, report to me. She couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, this is the first time Gia has ever spoken in this group. So she replied, Understood, Gia. I also have a question. Does anyone think the person who saved us could be the same one who became famous at the Dark River Molten Dragon incident? If it really is that great master, then why would he save us? The next day, the headlines were filled with breaking news. High-level Yang attribute master reappears. That one sword strike was like a rainbow piercing the sun. The light of the sky was completely devoured by that immense glow. I've seen it before, in the Dark River Molten Dragon contamination zone. This is that same light accompanied by a fiery explosion. We were forced to flee the cave. I dare say that with that one slash. In all of Xia country, no practitioner of the same level dares to face him. Later, he was spotted in the Calamity Zone. Everyone was told to be careful and keep their distance. As for the person being talked about, he was leisurely riding his bike down the road, a plan forming in his mind. By now, Lin Yi should have her guard down around me. She won't suspect me of following her when she goes out either. This is the perfect time. I can find a way to take on the Desolation attribute. The Desolation attribute is more attuned to plants, but it's still an evil-aligned attribute. Its fundamental nature is corrosive. If I use it on myself, I might have an adverse reaction. What's more, it could clash with the lightning attribute I already possess, so the best way is to have some kind of medium, something similar to that strange demonic tree. The vines that hung from the sky were drawn to the dense, rejuvenating spirit chi. It was because it chose to evolve on its own that it gave birth to the Desolation attribute's power. Thinking of this, he smiled. I know where to go. And so he rode his bike alone through the dark night, stopping when he reached the city's forest park. Fang Yi analyzed as he wandered around. I'll choose a plant, one that can create the maximum spirit key resonance with me while also showing a sense of intimacy to be this vessel. Reaching a flower garden, Fang Yi stopped. He released his spirit chi into the surroundings, sensing the changes in the plants. He couldn't help but be surprised. So this is how plants react to spirit ki. It's intense, but it's still not enough. I need it stronger. I need it even stronger. Just as he was enjoying himself, he froze and looked down at a flower swaying gently at his feet. A little curious, he moved his finger closer. Is this the one? The moment his finger got close, the flower immediately latched onto it. Once it had its fill, it let go and bloomed magnificently. Fang Yi smiled satisfied. It has a strong spirit. This wildflower is clearly a plant. But when it encounters spirit ki, it's like a greedy little puppy. After sucking up the spirit chi, it even nuzzled my finger. In this entire forest, you're the one that reacted most strongly to my chi. You're perfect for binding the Desolation attribute. I choose you then. Are you ready? As soon as he applied force, a system notification appeared. Do you want to bind the Desolation attribute to this item? He immediately said, yes. The moment he finished speaking, the Desolation attribute shot straight into the sky. After the strange phenomenon vanished, Fang Yi looked down and saw the flower had changed dramatically. He could see the Desolation attribute radiating outwards with his naked eye, causing the ground around it to wither and lose all life. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. The power of desolation is terrifying. It's like the hand of a demon. It's only been 3 seconds and it's nearly drained the entire city's forest ring. It's just too powerful. It's still spreading like crazy. A single flower slowly shrank. Fang Yi reached down and plucked it, telling himself, whatever. If this continues, it'll attract people from the Spirit Chi Association. This is the city center after all. The Spirit Chi Association is definitely keeping an eye on this place. Because of the Spirit Chi recovery, these plants are all dangerous. After I entered the garden, I did notice a lot more surveillance cameras. The area has also become very deserted. There aren't any visitors at all. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. It's still absorbing. How can it live without roots? But compared to the reckless, unrestrained absorption from before, it's become much gentler now. It's amazing. Even after being pulled from the ground, its spiritual nature hasn't diminished at all. Before I chose it, it was just an ordinary wildflower. Could it be that after being bound, this plant species also began to evolve, as if some kind of evolutionary shackle had been unlocked? Suddenly, an alert blared from a camera behind him. Warning, anomaly value exceeding threshold. Warning, threshold exceeded. Fang Yi whipped his head around, startled. Damn it. I still triggered the surveillance system. Time to bolt. With that thought, he quickly fled. At the same time, at the Spirit Chi Recovery Plant Research Department, a red alert was flashing non-stop. Warning, anomaly value exceeding threshold. Warning, threshold exceeded. Orders were being issued one after another. The anomaly value is spiking. What's going on? Everyone put on your wristbands and enter the park immediately. Cordon off the park. No outsiders allowed. A moment later, several people with equipment approached. Looking at the reading on his wristband, one man exclaimed in awe, "This is insane." Before the north gate of Chingcheng University only fluctuated between 8 and 10, and the Yin River Flood Dragon was at 25. The person beside him understood and agreed. Exactly. An abnormal Spirit Chi concentration that goes over 10 gets taken over by the military. This park originally, its Spirit Chi concentration wasn't even at 10. One person plugged a device into the ground to check, then reported in surprise. This is weird. Everyone look. The air, humidity, surface, moisture, temperature, everything is normal. There's no problem with the solar radiation either, but the plants here, it's as if their life force was sucked dry in a matter of seconds. I wonder what kind of elemental spirit power caused this, I think. We still need to go a little further ahead. That's the epicenter over there. He had only taken a few steps when his teammate yelled, "Don't get any closer. Absolutely do not touch it. That's the desolation attribute." The group heard him and looked over in surprise. The desolation attribute? Yeah. The man then said, "You all know about those vines that hang suspended in the sky, right?" The group's jaws dropped in understanding. You mean that one demonic vine? It's been classified as an A-rank mutation. The man confirmed, that's right. It was classified as A-rank because it's extremely dangerous. The reason it's so ferocious, causing so many of our predecessors to be ground to dust, is ultimately because it possesses the desolation attribute, a powerful attribute. It can drain the life force from surrounding creatures, taking everything for itself. Hearing this, the person who had just come up couldn't help but feel terrified. They surrounded him, asking, "Teacher, if you hadn't stopped me just now, would I have died the moment I stepped in?" He nodded. Yes, the area around plants that have awakened the desolation attribute is what you could call a dead zone. Anyone who steps inside will be devoured. I've read documents about another plant with the desolation attribute in Xia country. It's the forbidden ancient tree in Shangcheng. The rotting ancient tree polluted the entire forest. It turned it into a forbidden land. Any living creature that gets close will be pierced through. With the great changes in the world, the mutation of plants cannot be underestimated. Based on what's currently known, the desolation attribute is the most powerful type that a plant can awaken. Now, besides the ancient tree and the vine, another new desolation has appeared. As he was speaking, another voice rang out. "I've been briefed on the situation." He looked over and was startled. Major Han Lee, coldly gave an order. "All research personnel present change into protective gear immediately. Follow us into the contaminated zone." Everyone broke into a sweat as they put on their protective gear and slowly advanced. The detection equipment scanned continuously, and the sound of reports echoed nonstop. The source of the desolation has not yet been detected. Didn't they say only that Vine could move around? Could the desolation aura be weakening? We've only been in the forest for 5 minutes, but the concentration has already dropped to 25. Hearing this, Han Li glanced at Su Qinghuang and said, "Let us investigate a bit." She nodded. "All right." The two of them simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy into the ground, which transformed into two currents that shot forward quickly, finding where the flower was growing. Sensing the location, both of them were stunned in disbelief. Wait a minute. The source has already been dug up by someone. A member of the research team was shocked. Dug up. How is that possible? Han Li was also puzzled. If someone was really able to dig up the source from within a desolation forbidden land, then that person's identity is worth serious consideration. Su Qinghuang quickly said, Captain Han, I know what you're thinking, but there's no residual spiritual energy of any powerful being at the scene. He paid her no mind and directly opened the surveillance cameras to check. Based on big data screening and analysis, we've found this person's file. This person's movements coincide with the locations of the two anomalies. With that, he passed the device to Su Qinghuang. When she saw the person on the screen, she couldn't help but be astonished. Fang Yi. Han Li pulled down his helmet, confirming, I will transfer all of his files to you. This person is very likely the one you had contact with before. The rest is up to your association to handle. After a brief moment of silence, Su Qinghuang nodded. I understand. 2 hours later, Fang Yi returned to his room, pot in hand. He cheerfully fiddled with the flower. It's my first time planting a flower. How could I not even have a flower pot? This is the little home you chose yourself. Stop clinging to my hand. Since this guy has the desolation attribute, he'll cultivate nonstop. I guess you could consider him a powerful assistant that I've raised myself. The desolation attribute is quite special. It can be very helpful in combat and might even have many surprising effects, right? Besides, it looks perfectly unremarkable. If Lin Yi happened to see it, it would be hard to make her suspicious. In battle, an ordinary appearance is the best camouflage. In a real fight, strength is only one part of it. What's more important is who has more trump cards. Just then his phone rang. The caller was his neighbor, Old Wang. Fang Yi picked up the phone, lost in thought. Old Wang. Isn't this my best friend from childhood, the one who joined the army 3 years ago that I haven't seen since? Old Wang's full name is Wang Liang. He's my neighbor. We were desk mates from elementary to middle school. We could have continued that desk mate relationship in high school. But that kid just up and left, saying he wanted to join the army. Recalling this story, he answered the phone. Hey kid, you're back. On the other end of the line, Wang Liang replied cheerfully, That's right, you up for a drink? Let's meet at the old spot. Fang Yi was surprised. So suddenly, Wang Liang gave a forced laugh. Yeah, I have an important secret to tell you. Don't faint when you hear it, okay? After hanging up, Wang Liang looked at the two people in front of him and reported loudly, Reporting, sir, I have done as you instructed. But I would like to request that if he is not the person we're looking for, can you guarantee his safety? As soon as he finished, the woman sitting opposite him slammed the table impatiently. Just do your job well. Don't do anything unnecessary if he isn't the one. Then just consider yourself a friend, giving him some advice. A while later, Wang Liang and Fang Yi were happily clinking glasses. Looking at his friend, he couldn't help but size him up. Looking at Wang Liang now, life in the army must have been tough. This silly fool has really matured a lot. Suddenly, Wang Liang put down his glass and sighed. I've felt a lot of things these past 3 years in the army. What about you? Feng Yi replied as usual. It's been all right. I got into a decent college, which isn't too bad. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, in my past life, I never got the chance to see Wang Liang again. In those chaotic times, let alone getting news as a soldier, it's very likely he sacrificed himself at some unknown time in some nameless battle. This time, can I change my old friend's future? While I was still lost in thought, Vuong Luong asked seriously, I wanted to ask you something. Have you run into anything strange lately? Like, stuff from the movies, zombies, monsters, that kind of thing. Fuang Ditch was immediately on guard. This guy, he's in the military. It wouldn't be strange for him to know about the Spirit Chi revival. But this question of his, could he be probing me? So he asked back, what are you really trying to say? Vuong Luong held his head. It's good if you haven't. Actually, I came today to tell you something. I'm not trying to comfort you, I'm warning you. In the near future, maybe a few months from now, or maybe a year, the degrees and assets we value so much today will become worthless scraps of paper. Everything will be reset from scratch. The more Fuangditch heard, the more confused he became. A regular soldier would definitely be ordered to keep this a secret and sign a binding agreement. They're not allowed to reveal a single thing about the awakening of Spirit Chi. So, that must mean the military has listed me as a suspected target and is tracking my movements. And since Vuong Luong is my childhood best friend, they sent him to sound me out. Seeing he was silent, Vuong Luong waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry about what I told you today. As long as you don't reveal a single bit of it, you'll be fine. He understood now. Even though he was playing dumb and not cooperating, Vuong Luong still gave him a well-intentioned warning, telling him to be careful of the changes, even if it meant violating regulations. Just then, Vuong Luong's phone rang. The moment he answered, an urgent shout came through. Vuong Luong, within 10 minutes, emergency assembly at the target location. Vuong Luong covered the receiver and replied, Roger. After hanging up, he ran off, calling back over his shoulder. Sorry, buddy. Urgent mission. I've got no choice. Head home first. I can't see you off. Fuangdick heard and cut in. Is this related to the Spirit Chi revival? Let me go with you. Vuong Luong turned his head in surprise. He patted his shoulder, persuading him, Let me come with you. You came to see me on orders from your superiors, didn't you? Don't worry. I'm not sure what they told you, but I know you wouldn't hurt me. He thought to himself, Besides, I really want to know what the military has to deal with. It must be related to the changes in the world. But since the Spirit Chi Association exists to handle anomalies, what is the military responsible for now? This is a good chance to investigate the truth. A short while later, at the military's restricted zone number 19, Fuangdick arrived with Vuong Luong. He sensed the surroundings and couldn't help but exclaim, The Spirit Chi here is so dense. The concentration level. It might even exceed the contamination zone. As soon as Vuong Luong arrived, he immediately shouted, Vuong Luong reporting for assembly. Verification successful. Enter. Fuangdick followed him in. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted in front of them. A mutated beast was being restrained by a crowd of soldiers, but they could only stop its movement, not its frenzied attacks. Fuangdick recognized it at a glance. This is an attribute fusion. Ko Lam, a 3-star ghost axe-level military officer standing nearby, confirmed it. That's right, an abnormal fusion between two attributes, darkness and flame. It's made this dog exceptionally ferocious and brutal. Several soldiers have already been seriously injured. After speaking, she turned and yelled, Vuong Luong! He pounded his chest. Here! Officer Lam immediately scolded him, bringing an unauthorized person into a restricted zone without permission. Vuong Luong stammered, It's not him, he... Annoyed, she cut him off. Forget it. This is an emergency. You were the only one missing. Get over here and form the resistance formation. After speaking, she glanced behind him, sizing Fuangditch up. So, he's Fuangditch. He doesn't look like anything special. The Spirit Chi around him is just a little active, that's all. Could it be that he's not the one? But this isn't the time to overthink it. With that thought, she said coldly, Since you're Vuong Luong's friend, I won't say much. This is a restricted zone. Once you enter, you're responsible for your own life and death. Everything you see must be kept secret. Fuangdick replied calmly. I know. After dealing with that, Ko Lam turned to command Trong Mat Li Ngok. The two who were called out understood, leaping up and striking down. Ko Lam also opened fire from her position. 3 attacks landed simultaneously. The blow made the dog howl miserably. Suddenly, its aura intensified. Ko Lam quickly warned, its mutation level is getting even more serious. Lai Ngok, be careful. Before Lai Ngok could react, a cannon blast shot out, knocking the dog to one side. Ko Lam shouted an order. Don't let your guard down. Keep your distance from it. We have to finish it before it fully evolves. Watching from behind, Fuangdick smiled. A well-trained 5-person team. Teammates who trust each other. Good discipline and coordination. Every single person is indispensable. When they combine their efforts, they can unleash a power far beyond their individual capabilities. Just as he thought this, his eyes widened as he urgently warned, Run! You're no match for it. Before him, the dog had mutated, growing to a massive size. Ko Lam, unflinching, commanded, Raise the alert level. Increase the mutation level of the restricted zone. No one is to retreat. Be advised the hound has completely fused with the dark attribute. It has fully mutated. The dog looked down with its murky eyes. Vuong Luong froze, unable to move. Seeing this, Ko Lam and Phuong Dich both screamed, Vuong Luong. The dog slammed a paw down. Vuong Luong was sent flying backward. Ko Lam clenched her fists and gave the order. All units listen up. Restricted Zone 19. The C-Class mutated hound has mutated and fully evolved. It is now upgraded to B-Class. Update the operation plan. Vuong Luong couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out blood. Phuong Dich anxiously caught him asking, Are you okay? Vuong Luong gave a weak smile. I'm fine. I was just adding more spirit chi to the collar that's restraining it. And then I got hit by the backlash. You don't need to worry. All of us soldiers in Restricted Zone number 19? Hearing this, his expression hardened. Ko Lam slammed her cannon onto the ground. She roared, Everyone, no matter what tactics or methods you use, even if we have to sacrifice our own lives, we absolutely cannot let this B-Class mutation get through. Leaving the restricted area. Suddenly, Fang Yi rushed forward, startling Ji Lam. What do you think you're doing? Fang Yi didn't answer. Instead, he gathered lightning in his palm. He aimed straight for the dog and yelled, So arrogant are we? Then let this divine thunder temper you. With that, he slammed his fist into the dog's head. Its head was smashed deep into the floor. The force of the shockwave terrified the crowd. Am I seeing things? This is a Class B anomaly. Even Commander Ji Lam couldn't handle it on her own. Wang Liang's jaw dropped. Commander, don't tell me my brother. He really is. Ji Lam tensely cut him off. Yes, we're not mistaken. He is without a doubt the tyrant. Over here. Fang Yi looked down coldly and yelled, Still not completely dead. Well then, I guess I have to do this. Commander Old Wang, you two get back. Ji Lam broke into a cold sweat, unable to comprehend. We need everyone in formation ready to sacrifice themselves just to deal with a Class B anomaly. How can he do this all by himself? What kind of power is this? I have to admit, this is the most extreme form of the lightning attribute. Even in all of Xia Nation right now, this is a top-tier existence. If we wait until the spirit energy is fully restored, how terrifying will his evolution be? Watching the vortex of lightning form above Fang Yi's head, she couldn't help but sigh. He truly lives up to the name Tyrant. The lightning struck. Fang Yi walked out coolly. The stunned soldiers started talking amongst themselves. Whoa, awesome. Just watching gives me the chills and makes my head buzz. Why does this lightning attribute feel 10,000 times scarier than the darkness attribute? I can handle being corroded by the sky, but I can't take being struck by lightning. As Fang Yi walked over, he waved his hand. Old Wang, it's done. Wang Liang ran over excitedly. You brat, you scared me to death. I never thought my big brother could be this amazing. Fang Yi getting tapped on the head gave a helpless laugh. Returning kindness with malice, are we? I hit the dog, you hit me. Wang Liang pulled his hand back, confessing, Sorry. Actually, I knew you might be a pioneer, but military orders are absolute, and I ended up dragging you into this. Fang Yi didn't take it to heart, clapping him on the shoulder for comfort. What's this? We haven't seen each other in 3 years, and you're acting like a stranger to me. I know you better than that. Just then, Ji Lam walked over. She extended her hand. Fang Yi, thank you for your help. Fang Yi turned, smiled, and shook her hand humbly. It was nothing. Just consider it me saving my friend. Ji Lam placed a hand on her chest and spoke formally. Let me introduce myself. I am Ji Lam, in charge of guarding Restricted Area 19. You have saved Restricted Area 19. I hope you can leave your contact information. I need to report this accurately. Fang Yi smiled and agreed. No problem. Meanwhile, Wang Liang thought smugly to himself. What's it like to see the commander salute your childhood best friend? Suddenly, Ji Lam made an offer to Fang Yi. Your strength is even greater than many of the pioneers specially invited by the military. Therefore, I would very much like to invite you to join the ranks of the Xia Nation military. But an invitation from a commander who only guards a restricted area like me. I'm afraid I'm not qualified. As she said this, she frowned again. What's even more astonishing is that, and his realm should also be the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, but he has already reached. No, It should be said that he has far surpassed the level of a spirit creation realm venerable. Hearing this, Fang Yi asked back, "Commander Ji, are you saying that?" "You feel you're unworthy of inviting me," Jilam confirmed. "That's right. I believe there's nothing to deny or be ashamed of. This time, we were also following orders from our superiors to learn about you with no intention of dragging you into this anomaly incident." "I think they will come to invite you personally." Fang Yi burst out laughing. "It's not that serious, not at all. I actually have a great deal of respect for you all. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves and to protect others. I had never witnessed military personnel in combat with my own eyes before. What you all said just now, it moved me a little." Jilam was flustered. "Thank you." Fang Yi placed a hand on his chest, declaring, "Therefore, if any trouble comes up in the future, you can call me for help, just like all the things you have done for us." The ordinary people during peacetime. Of course, there's one condition. You cannot interfere with my personal cultivation, nor can you restrict me. Jilam pondered for a moment. Fang Yi didn't want to linger. As he walked away, he called back over his shoulder, "It's getting late. I should take my leave." Jilam immediately agreed. "All right. Wang Liang and I still have to handle the mutated dog's corpse. I'll have someone escort you out of the restricted area now." As Fang Yi strode off, he thought to himself, "Now I understand the role of the military. The army is stationed in dangerous areas with dense spirit energy. On one hand, it's to allow the soldiers to cultivate where the spirit energy is abundant, ensuring the military's combat strength is a top priority. On the other hand, they also create a warning boundary, separating ordinary people from the abnormal." Watching Fang Yi's retreating figure, Ji Lam instructed Wang Liang, "This friend of yours can no longer be described with the simple phrase, 'not simple.' What happened today was just a tiny fraction of his power. However, even that is enough to leave us in the dust. For a pioneer to reach this level so quickly, and it shows that he possesses an unprecedented perception. He has fate, courage, and ability. He's not lacking in any of the three." Wang Lian asked hesitantly, "Commander, if that's the case, can we really not improve the offer any further? If you feel you're not suited to recruit him, then let me, his childhood friend, do it." Before he could finish, Kolam pushed his head down. "All right then. You kid come with me and clean up the scene." That night at home, Fang Yi sat cultivating, analyzing the recent events in his mind. "Even though I've revealed my identity, I still haven't shown any powers other than my lightning attribute. Besides, judging by their attitude, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. At least I've learned that this lightning attribute is incredibly rare, almost one of a kind. It can also counter the dark attribute, so it's something the military desperately wants. To win me over, not only will they not threaten or suppress me, but they'll actually give me a voice as well as the fastest path to becoming stronger, and the most advanced information channels. I also have a clearer understanding now of the functional difference between the military and the Spirit Association. The military are the Night Watchers, the sword in the darkness. The nation's steadfast shield doing everything they can to ensure the current peaceful life of its citizens. The government, on one hand, uses restricted zones to protect ordinary people, while on the other, it signals that spiritual energy is about to recover. This two-pronged approach is also to buy ordinary people more time so they aren't overrun by mutated beasts right from the start, leaving them homeless and destitute. Forced to wander. As expected, the restricted zone is overflowing with spiritual energy. Absorbing the desolate power still hasn't made me feel like I'm about to break through to the next level. I've only been in the restricted zone for a short while, but I can already feel the spiritual energy in my body is full to the brim. This is a sign that a breakthrough is imminent. Meanwhile, outside, Lam YY was walking home wondering to herself, I wonder if cousin is back yet. If he is, I can have him try my cooking and see if I've improved. Suddenly, a blinding light shot up ahead. Lam YY's jaw dropped. This is the fluctuation waves from ascending to the Phantom Palace realm number... No, that's not right. This terrifying aura. Could it be that someone is about to break through to the spirit creation realm? Such a powerful ascendant is right here next to me. Meanwhile, in the observation room, a series of red alerts popped up. Warning, anomaly index has reached 99. Anomaly index has reached 99. The spiritual energy fluctuation field is located 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Everyone was shocked. What's happening? All units proceed to the target area immediately. To Thanhuin was stunned. Such a powerful anomaly. Why hasn't it been detected until now? An index this high is enough to destroy an entire city. At the same time, in a higher-level observation post, the people present surmise through high-level models, has a new spirit creation realm ascendant just appeared, or perhaps this place is about to face a cataclysmic disaster. It's also possible that both are true. Hanley urgently yelled into his radio, requesting immediate support from headquarters, send all advanced equipment and resources aside from large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Just then, a soldier ran in to report, Major Han, the alert has been canceled. The anomaly has been cleared. It was an ascendant leveling up in our sector. Fang Yi retracted his aura and let out a sigh of relief. He had now ascended to the first tier of the spirit creation realm. He mumbled, slightly dissatisfied, I can't believe the breakthrough was that easy. Other than my body feeling lighter, there doesn't seem to be much of a difference. Suddenly, he received a text message on his phone. It was from Vuong Luong. A large fire broke out at Than University's gymnasium. Cause unknown. Hey man, check this out. Internal sources have confirmed it's an anomaly that emerged from a corrupted field. What's more, this is the second time it's happened. Fang Yi immediately texted back, You mean like the abnormal high-temperature incident at the North Gate last time? This time it's the school grounds catching on fire. Vuong Lung replied, So, you already knew about it. I heard that a while back. An ascendant had already purified the corrupted area at Than University, but for some reason, the anomaly has reappeared. Don't tell anyone you heard this from me. Okay, Fang Yi messaged back right away. Got it. I'll go find your superior now. Vuong Luong replied. Speaking of which, buddy, I have to warn you about something. Your power is too great. Even my superiors say you're uncontrollable. I can't protect you anymore either. From now on, you have to be extremely careful when you go out. Fang Yi said nothing, thinking silently. Vuong Luong is right. This is also why I've always been wary of the military and the Spirit Association. Living too conspicuously isn't always a good thing. That's also why I've always held back the true power of my Yang Flame attribute and Red Flame arts. Finally, he concluded, Don't worry. I'll be careful. I still have an ace up my sleeve. Just then, the door opened. Lam YY walked in and greeted him. I'm home, cousin. Have you eaten yet? I brought some food back for you, he replied casually. Okay, just leave it there. I'll eat it later. Seeing his nonchalant reply, Lam YY sighed. My cousin. He's a really good person. He doesn't have any bad habits. His only problem is that he's lazy. He just likes to laze around at home. He didn't even bother going to college. He just clutches his phone all day. Although later on, whether you have an education or not doesn't really matter anymore. But ascendants like us are busy running around all day searching for worldly opportunities. And I still have to pretend hiding my identity from ordinary people. And yet my cousin's life is so carefree and relaxed right here in the same area. A venerable one has even appeared creating a world-shaking spirit realm. The other cultivators have already noticed this disturbance. The news will surely spread soon enough. Forget it. When that time comes, I'll protect my cousin. I'll consider it repayment for him letting me stay here. Meanwhile, Phuong Dick was staring intently at the news on his phone, wondering. First it was high temperatures, now a fire. Could it be the Yang attribute again? From the images you could see the fire erupted quickly and violently. The trees and flower beds around the gymnasium were all burned, turned to ash. The area is now cordoned off. The video was too short and cut off abruptly. This looks much more serious than the situation at the North Gate before. I wonder what's different about the Yang attribute this time. If I want to go myself, I still have to contact her first. The next day, at the gate of Than University, a few reporters were outside gathering news. I heard there was a fire at the university that couldn't be extinguished. Is that really true? Excuse me, were there any casualties? Why is it that for such a major incident, and there haven't been any news reports at all, as they discussed student safety and flammable materials at the school, they saw Phuong Ditch and Ko Lam being let through the gate by the military. The reporters immediately switched their focus to them. Who are those two? They have such an impressive presence. But we were kept outside. Why did they get to go in the moment they arrived? Looking at the scene inside Fang Yi was a little surprised. It burned this badly. So this is the Skyfire, Jilan confirmed. That's the name the government gave it. There were no warning signs. The fire erupted suddenly and couldn't be extinguished. We could only wait for it to devour everything it wanted. Pretty fitting, isn't it? Fang Yi, I'm heading to the headmaster's office. Do you want to wait here or come with me? Fang Yi looked over, declining. You go ahead. I'll be fine here. Jilan didn't insist and turned to leave. Well then, be careful. See you in a bit. He said nothing more and went to inspect the area. The charred ground was completely cold. Could it be that not a single trace of the Skyfire's spiritual energy is left? In that case, it would be impossible to collect any, of course. It seems I oversimplified things. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, Fang Yi! He turned around and was surprised by who it was. Chu Qingli. She questioned him in astonishment. It really is you. What are you doing here? Her friend next to her immediately inquired. Fang Yi. Is that the ex-boyfriend you mentioned? The one who only got into a community college? Hearing Chu Qingli confirm it, she immediately sneered. Hey buddy, I know why you're here. You might still have some lingering feelings for Qingli, but the gap between you two is already crystal clear. Just give it up. Fang Yi was surprised. Lingering feelings for her. Just as he finished, another group crowded around gossiping. Isn't that Chu Qingli? Who's that guy with her? I've never seen him before. Isn't he from our school? No idea. Probably just another pathetic admirer. Here to hit on our campus, Bell Chu. What are the school guards doing? Didn't they say security was tightened? How could they just let an outsider in like that? I hate these kinds of freeloaders who show up here. The friend with glasses pointed right at his face and scolded him. Qingli is our school's campus belle, now you know. I suggest you think of this through. Do you have any idea how many guys far more outstanding than you are pursuing Qingli? You don't stand a chance now. Go back home. This isn't a place for you. Oh right, one more thing. Our school is under lockdown. How did you get in? If you don't explain, I'm calling the police. Hearing them say this, Chu Qingli blushed and turned away. Didn't he say he wouldn't regret breaking up? So what's he doing here now? Actions speak louder than words. Suddenly, Jilan walked out and asked Fang Yi, Are these your friends? Fang Yi replied casually, High school classmates. We weren't particularly close friends. She understood. Ah, so just classmates. As she finished speaking, she glanced over at them. An invisible pressure descended, startling everyone. Such a powerful aura. Who is this woman? How does she know Fang Yi? Jilan walked closer to him and whispered, I just spoke with the headmaster for a bit. The Skyfire situation is more serious than we thought. It's hard to explain in just a moment. The headmaster will take us to the initial ignition point. Your current status here is an invited consultant for the military, so you have to come too. Fang Yi immediately agreed. No problem. A moment later, 2 rows of guards arrived to clear a path, shouting loudly, Everyone stand back. The athletic field is sealed off. No one is allowed near. Seeing who arrived, Chu. Qingli was shocked. The headmaster. The headmaster is usually so incredibly busy that no one ever sees him. I heard that even the vice headmaster finds it hard to get a meeting. There are even rumors that no one in the entire school has ever seen him smile once. He's here for that woman, and Fang Yi. Meanwhile, the friend with glasses, still clueless, smirked. The headmaster actually showed up. Is he leading people here to arrest these 2 trespassers? Leaning on a cane, the headmaster walked up to the 2 of them. Flashing a rare smile, he shook Fang Yi's hand. Greetings, sir. You must be the consultant Mr. Fang that Captain G introduced. Is that correct? I've been at my wit's end over the strange happenings at the school, afraid that the students might get hurt from the fire. It's wonderful that you are here to resolve the situation. We'll be depending on you for this matter at the athletic field. So Qingli's jaw dropped in disbelief at the scene. The bodyguards formed a perimeter, pushing back the crowd. All irrelevant personnel, step back. Stop crowding around. Back up. Everyone back up. The crowd pushed back, couldn't help but murmur in surprise. I'm not seeing things, am I? The principal is so old. And yet he's treating that young man like that. He must have some kind of special status. No wonder he got into our school. Look at his demeanor and the way he's being treated. Who was it just now who said he was a suitor? Or so Qinli's ex-boyfriend. How could that be? Even if she were the one chasing him, she might not even win him over. Didn't you notice? Throughout this whole thing, that young man didn't pay any attention to our campus belle, so Hearing those words, So Kinley felt lost in the crowd, standing motionless at a loss for words. A while later in the northern sector of Thanthan University, the principal recounted as they walked. After the golden light at the academy's north gate faded, I really thought the situation was pretty much over. Then a few nights ago, a stadium suddenly caught fire. Even the fire trucks couldn't put it out. Luckily, there were no students at night, and we managed to cordon off the scene in time. But then stadium number 2, then number 3. If one stadium burns down, we can still explain it. But then a series of anomalies occurred. I saw fire fall from the sky with my own eyes. It fell, and the blazing red flames just hung in midair for no apparent reason. Fortunately, the fires in the other stadiums were all extinguished. Only this one. He trailed off. He stopped and looked up. Fungdik followed his gaze, thinking. The acrid smell of burning was thick. He immediately asked, Is this basketball hoop where the fire started? The principal confirmed, That's right. Only the fire here is impossible to extinguish. Suddenly, the device in Kolam's hand started beeping. He was surprised. What is this? Kolam explained. You can think of it as a device that detects abnormal spirit energy. Basically, if the threshold exceeds 10, the area must be sealed off from ordinary people. The lives of ordinary people are incredibly fragile. For them, an anomaly above 10 means an inescapable natural disaster. But the number on the meter kept rising, making her disbelieving. Warning, it's so high. This is bad. The threshold is too high. If we let this go, I'm afraid not only Thanthan University, but the entire city will be affected. We must immediately dispatch 3 3-star Ghost Mansion generals and 7 2-star Ghost Mansion generals to form a defensive formation. They must be the ones with the purest spirit energy and the most stable realms. But before she could make the call, Fungdik had already rushed into the restricted area. As soon as he approached, the flames inside attacked. The reading on Kolam's meter spiked. She gasped, covering her face. It's rising again. A threshold of 110. This can already be classified as an S-class anomaly. He went in. What do we do now? The flames inside morphed into a demonic face staring out. Kolam didn't dare move, wondering to herself, how dare he venture in there alone? Even the strongest soldier king of the current restricted zone. Meanwhile, inside, Fungdik walked as if it were his own backyard. As he walked, he thought, Last time my Yang attribute helped me resist the lightning. This heavenly fire should naturally be blockable as well. But while my body is protected, I can't touch the source flame or activate the power of my technique. So I need to get as close as possible to the source flame and then... But just as he was about to get close, the flame transformed into a mouth and lunged at him. Fungdik quickly reached out and dispelled his golden sun aegis. The mouth opened wide, intending to swallow him whole. The heat wave radiated out, forcing Fungdik to use both hands to withstand it. The next second, a system notification appeared, extremely strong. Heavenly fire attribute fluctuations detected. Fungdik smirked to himself. As expected of heavenly fire. Even more temperamental and powerful than the desolate power of death. But I will absorb you. System update initiating. Supreme computational power engaged. Compiling. Compilation successful. You have obtained the Heavenly Fire attribute technique 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire seals and eradicates all evil demons. Techniques you compile do not require learning. Unlocked. Fungdik immediately pushed the head of the fire dragon up. It transformed into 3 different dragon heads and lunged down. Fungdik closed his eyes. The system displayed extracting attribute. Heavenly fire attribute obtained. He clasped his hands together and shouted, 9 dragons, heavenly fire sealing art. Instantly streams of talismans appeared behind him, quickly binding the dragon heads. Watching the magnificent scene inside Kolam's jaw dropped. This is the aura of a seal. I've seen high-level cultivators from the military perform seals on restricted zones before. Their methods were different from Fungdik's, but the sealing aura is extremely similar. Meanwhile, inside, Fungdik reached out to retract the seal. The talismans quickly contracted, shrinking and tightly binding a ball of flame within. Seal successful. Fungdik raised his hand to receive it and brought it out to the principal. I will temporarily seal the heavenly fire here. For now, don't unseal the stadium, don't repair it, and don't allow anyone near here. That way, at least the heavenly fire won't continue to spread. The principal immediately assured him, "Rest assured, sir, the stadium will not be unsealed. After all, the school has more than just this one stadium." Nearby, Kolam frowned, staring at him. Fungdik smiled casually and said, "Thanbak is truly generous, having 7 or 8 stadiums." The principal, flustered, offered, "About that." "Advisor, you have quite a sense of humor. If you have any needs—" Suddenly, Kolam cut in, "Principal, I have some matters to discuss with Advisor Fung." The principal scratched his head and chuckled. "No problem. No problem at all. Please." Fungdik glanced over confused. "What is it?" She walked up and said sternly to Fungdik, "You're really good at hiding things." Fungdik replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing special. This skyfire is powerful and hard to deal with." Jilan cut in coldly. "Stop playing dumb. You know I'm only talking about you hiding your talent and your power level. It's normal for an immortal practitioner to have secrets, especially someone as strong as you, Fang Yi, although I have no right to ask anything of you. I hope you'll listen to what I have to say next. This is a critical moment of great change in our world. The Xia Kingdom desperately needs top-tier talents like you. Let me put it this way. When spiritual energy is fully restored, you'll be the equivalent of a modern-day nuclear deterrent. Therefore, whether it's the military restricted zones or the Spiritual Energy Association, they will all fight to get you. It's not even out of the question that high-level foreign powers will come to recruit you, offering you generous conditions. Of course, I won't deny that I have my own considerations. If you were to join the military, it would benefit our restricted zone. I would consider it as gaining a friend, another connection. For that reason, I suggest you start thinking about it now so you won't be hesitant when the time comes." Fang Yi didn't rush to answer. After a moment of silence, he asked, "I'm very curious about one thing. Why do you and Wang Liang not want to pull me into your restricted zone? You even seem to feel you're not worthy." Jilan explained frankly, "Of course it's because of that legendary restricted military zone. They're so powerful, it's almost freakish. That's why I think you'd be more interested in them." Fang Yi was a little curious. "Oh, the top tier," Jilan replied immediately. "Of course, but I haven't met them much either. I hear they've been very busy lately." Fang Yi didn't argue further, silently calculating. The Xia Kingdom's top military unit has been busy recently, so busy that even officers in other military zones have heard his rumors about it. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, Jilan turned to leave. "Well, that's enough talk. Let's go. The principal said he wants to treat us to a meal at his home." Qingcheng University. Fang Yi followed behind, continuously analyzing the pros and cons. It seems they're also facing some serious trouble. This indicates that some extremely terrifying anomalies have appeared. Their abilities far exceed the power of immortal practitioners. Right now, judging by Jilan's tone, these immortal practitioners must also be at the spirit creation realm, like me, maybe even stronger. The day of the true spiritual energy restoration is drawing near. I feel like my preparations still aren't enough. How should I make the most of this Skyfire attribute I just collected at the stadium? Skyfire spreads without rules, burning indiscriminately. Nothing is left in its wake like an endless wildfire. It's perfectly suited for dealing with anomalies that reproduce infinitely over a wide area. As he thought of this, he had a realization. That's it. Isn't this a 100% perfect match for my Crimson Flame Blade technique? Enchanting, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. The more, the merrier. A short while later, on the back mountain, Fang Yi, who had been walking, suddenly stopped. In front of him was a sign. "This mountain is dangerous. Please do not ascend." He couldn't help but be taken aback. This is the back mountain. No anomalies have appeared here, but it's been sealed off. However, news from the military couldn't have arrived this fast. The only ones who know my habit of training and testing things on the back mountain would be the Spiritual Energy Association. Could it be that this land was gifted to me for my experiments? No. If that's the case, then it would be rude of me not to accept. Suddenly, he detected movement behind him. He spun around warily to check. Wait a minute. Did some of those mongrels manage to sneak onto this back mountain? This aura. It's exactly the same as the one I encountered at the factory before, but it's not as dense. Having found his target, he stroked the blade in his hand, murmuring to himself, "So it has a spirit of its own. Is it sizing up the enemy's strength to decide whether or not to attack? If that's the case, then watch closely." System Skyfire, also known as Supreme Flame, possesses a powerful light attribute that specializes in the absolute eradication of evil. Do you wish to enchant your blade style with the Skyfire attribute? Well, Fang Yi shouted, "Yes!" Immediately the blade erupted in a fierce flame, the eternal Skyfire burning without end. Fang Yi was filled with excitement. This undying Skyfire, when combined with my Crimson Flame blade technique, what kind of effect will it produce? I'll use you to test my blade. He slashed towards the mutant monkey's position. 2 fire dragons immediately shot out. The mutant monkey was terrified, hastily letting go of the tree branch and screeching loudly. Looking at the scene he had created, Fang Yi was satisfied. He smiled. "Excellent. The energy of this flame is 1 or even 2 times higher than my original Crimson Flame blade technique. Moreover, this energy flow has no effect on me. I'm fine. In that case, let's go see how that mongrel is doing." Elsewhere, a girl was live streaming in the area. "Hey everyone, I'm really not a fraud, I swear. Do any of you know what it feels like to have been super lucky your whole life? Even though this is my first day live streaming, the content just seems to find me." Below, a barrage of comments exploded. "Is this clickbait? Would stop showing off. If you've got the guts, go too." The north gate of Ching University tonight. Go check out that high temperature area again. I'll donate a rocket. This other stuff is boring. Is the poster above on a 2G network? The hottest thing right now is the Skyfire at the Ching University Stadium. All the videos have already been taken down. It's definitely not a fake. It looks terrifying. If the streamer manages to film the heavenly fire, I'll do a handstand and eat my own crap. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by. The mutated monkey lunged at the girl. The camera was also knocked away, but it managed to capture the scene of the mutated monkey pinning her down. The girl was being choked by it, unable to breathe, just as the monkey was about to devour her. 2 fire dragons shot out from behind. This scene made the live stream explode. What is this fire dragon's awesome? The special effects are insane. The viewer count shot up to 13,000 people. A second later, a figure flashed by. The girl quickly grabbed the camera, pointed it at the explosion, and screamed, "I got it on camera!" There's someone standing in the fire. It must be a celestial being. A celestial being is saving people. A flood of comments erupted. A blade of light pierces the blue sky with one fiery strike. An immortal has descended to save the world. Heavenly fire is nothing. The mysterious man with the heavenly fire blade. The monarch who reigns over flames. The view count skyrocketed to 13 million people, topping the hot search list. Su Qingli's best friend watched excitedly and said, "Qingli, come look at this." An immortal descended from the heavens to save someone. If high-level cultivators really exist, then heavenly fire could be real too. But Su Qingli didn't pay it any mind. "Don't believe that stuff. Everything on the internet is just acting and special effects." Until she glanced over and was struck speechless. Her friend burst out laughing. "See, I told you it was real." "So cool, Qingli. Su Qingli's face turned pale as she tried to deceive herself. "This video is definitely a fake. It's all just special effects." "It can't be. That's absolutely not him. His body shape is just a little similar, that's all. If it was really him, he would have been burned to ashes long ago. But if it's real, will he take this opportunity to get revenge on me? Damn it, I will never ever bow my head to him." Elsewhere, a beautiful 81-year-old woman pointed at the phone and said, "Yi, does this person look familiar? He looks a lot like the spirit practitioner who saved us from those vines before." Lin Yi forced a smile. "I think so too. Plus, I just recently found out that a great master who broke through to the spirit creation realm lives right near my house. Could these two be the same person?" In another place, 2 other people were watching the live stream, discussing it. "Old Lee, do you think that's Fang? My God, he feels so much stronger. That sword-swinging posture is exactly the same. Looks like we really latched on to someone powerful back then." The next day, inside a government building, an emergency meeting was called. The city's crisis is drawing near, while our spirit practitioners aren't strong enough to respond. I hear the military has had an in-depth discussion with Fang Yi. Little Su Qing Huang stood up and assured them, I believe he will help us. Jilan's face darkened as he analyzed. To advance to the spirit creation realm in such a short time. What kind of monster is he? Even the anomalies tremble when they see him. And besides, just how many high-grade attributes does he possess? Han Li guessed 3 or more than 3. With such powerful potential, our authority looks like a joke. Recruiting him is the only way. Jilan hesitated slightly. Are you saying? The higher-ups have also decided to go themselves. Han Li confirmed the decision has been made. But it seemed the higher-ups were not yet ready to lower themselves to contact Fang Yi. After all, the top spirit practitioners in the past had all come from the military. See what else Fang Yi needs. The newly researched weapons and equipment and information on suitable locations for cultivation. All of these things can be given to him. Also, this live stream video and the other videos that have been posted must be dealt with. Hearing these words, everyone was shaken. The entire spirit chi circle of the Jia kingdom was now paying attention to him. This kid, he really makes you look forward to what he'll do next. At the same time, inside a hospital, a weak voice whispered, Master, it seems the Jia kingdom has new hope. With someone so powerful appearing, the chances of you waking up have increased just a little bit more. A day later at Fang Yi's house, he was eating breakfast and thinking to himself, the rumors were flying yesterday. Who would have thought? A streamer would sneak into the back mountains to live stream. They're really reckless to get famous. But now you can't find that video anywhere on the internet anymore. The live stream channel has been banned too. It was probably handled by the military or the Spirit Chi Association. Suddenly, he glanced to the side and saw her bedroom door wide open, which surprised him. Wait a minute. Lin Yi didn't come home all night, and she didn't even text me. What's going on? Even if she was on remission, he tried calling her, but her phone was unreachable, which made him even more worried. Why do I feel like something's wrong? That girl wouldn't be this unreliable. This is bad. I have to go find her. At the same time, in a dark forest, a slightly anxious Lin Yi asked, How long have we been trapped here? Can you give me a rough estimate? The beautiful 81-year-old woman replied with difficulty. Roughly. Maybe about 10 hours now, I can't remember clearly. I'm sorry I got you into this. I thought it was just a normal ghost shadow at first. As she said this, she clutched her wound and groaned softly. A sad Lin Yi stopped her. That's enough. Don't apologize anymore. In the end, it was because I wasn't strong enough. Remember this. Always be on guard. Conserve your strength. Suddenly, an image from yesterday flashed in her mind. She couldn't help but wish. If only I could be like that powerful figure. The two of them just kept walking, unaware that a demon was stalking them from behind. Just as it pounced to attack, Lin Yi finally noticed and shouted, Watch out! One blow from her easily sent its head flying. The beautiful 81-year-old woman cried out in alarm. Are these the people who were trapped and died here? Looking at its corpse, Lin Yi clenched her fist in agreement. Now they've become aberrant undead. It's toying with us. It wants to assimilate us too. The beautiful 81-year-old woman's expression turned even uglier as she analyzed. Our attacks not only have no effect whatsoever on this black bone, but our spirit power is also draining rapidly. What's more, we have no idea where that aberration is. It's as if it's waiting for us to completely run out of spirit power. And then it will truly treat us like prey to be worn down. In here, it seems to be invincible. As she was speaking, she fell silent. A crimson eye appeared before them. The eye slowly split apart, transforming into rows of other eyes. The beautiful 81-year-old woman immediately threw up a hand to block them. Get lost, you damn thing, Lin Yi shouted in shock. That thing is starting to lose its patience. Don't let your guard down. But as she was speaking, she felt a chill down her spine. Behind her, a red eye locked onto its target. Lin Yi was targeted by them, unable to move. She wondered in despair, Am I about to die? I can't hear 81's voice anymore, which makes sense. We've both been swallowed by the darkness. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted on my own and been so overconfident, thinking that the two of us could complete this mission alone. Then again, the path of cultivation has always been full of dangers. I always thought that one day I would disappear in some nameless corner. It's just, what will the world become then? What role will the ascetics currently hiding underground play? The magnificent waves after the spirit energy revival. I suppose I'll never get to see them again. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, tearing the night apart. This place. Fang Yi descended from the sky like a thunder god. Seeing that she was okay, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Almost didn't make it, Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. Cousin! Fang Yi struck down with lightning, shattering the darkness here. Seeing this, Lin Yi fearfully backed away. It's really my cousin. He saved me. So he's not an ordinary person. The many-eyed demon charged out to attack again. Lin Yi shouted a warning. Be careful. The aberration's true body is behind you on the right. Fang Yi smiled and gripped his saber, slowly turning around and thinking to himself, perfect. Let me see what effect heavenly fire has on a darkness attribute. The Crimson Flame Saber Technique Fire Dragon Head was summoned, incinerating that many-eyed demon. The beautiful 81-year-old woman was just now dazedly waking up. Hee! Are we about to die? Seeing the sea of fire around them, she screamed, Holy crap, what is this sea of fire? Did we go to hell with the aberration? Lin Yi tried to comfort her, calm down, and look carefully. We're still alive. She couldn't believe it. We're alive. Wait, you are. Fang Yi snapped his fingers, extinguishing the fire, and looked at the two with a smile. All taken care of, all taken care of. I haven't even had breakfast yet, and you two... The beautiful 81-year-old woman's eyes flew open. She asked excitedly, It was you, wasn't it? Before at the Jianyang fire with those deadly vines. You were the one who saved us. Fang Yi scratched his neck in embarrassment. Was I really that easy to recognize? Lin Yi cried out in shock. Wait a minute. Are you saying the powerful fire user who saved us before? It was my cousin. The beautiful 81-year-old woman was even more astonished. Oh my God, the super powerful master is your cousin. Didn't you say your cousin was very ordinary? Hearing them talk, Fang Yi could only give a helpless dry laugh. The beautiful 81-year-old woman, however, was frantically shaking Lin Yi, saying, This is our life-saving benefactor. With just a single slash, he swept clean the entire wasteland, making even the 3-star Ghost Axe Master collapse, and creating a defensive line that even the formidable Sister Lamb had to notice. Lin Yi was speechless. Understanding dawned on her. So, Cousin really is that high-level fire user. But just now, Cousin clearly used the lightning attribute with extreme proficiency to destroy the black bone aberration. A high-level dual attribute super genius with both his lightning and fire auras far surpassing my own abilities. Wait, could it be that the great master who broke through to the spirit creation realm in our district was my cousin? Seeing them getting too carried away, Fang Yi had to step in and stop them. All right. Yes, it was me. I have something to ask you two about this darkness attribute aberration. You both know that you can't deal with these like normal aberrations, right? So why did only the two of you come? Where are your teammates? Speaking of teammates, the beautiful 81-year-old woman hesitated a little. Well, Wu Mao seems to be seriously ill. He always used to hide his missions from his family anyway. I'm being held up right now, so of course I can't make it. The old man seems to have a more difficult mission. And my other friends, well, we're not always together. Lin Yi scratched her head in embarrassment. I let my guard down this time. I thought that since I broke through to a 3-star ghost foo, there wouldn't be any problems. Fang Yi was speechless as he heard this, reanalyzing the situation in his mind. Come to think of it, these teammates all have their own agendas. It seems Team 5 won't last much longer. This number 81 was dissatisfied with her teammates before, but now she's standing up to save face for them in front of an outsider. She's surprisingly loyal, and my cousin is smart. I'm afraid she probably sensed this long ago. Thinking of this, he reached out his hand and proposed to his cousin. Actually, I was thinking, since your friend and I already know each other's identities, and I trust you two, how about we form a team? But you two can't tell anyone about this. Before Lin Yi could even say anything, the beautiful woman, number 81, exclaimed excitedly, Really? Can we, boss? This is great, so great. My lips are sealed. How? I'm really benefiting, thanks to Yi. Lin Yi blushed, thinking to herself, That's right. A powerful ascendant like my cousin, he must have realized I was one too a long time ago, and he's been quietly protecting me. So it turns out on this lonely path of cultivation, having a reliable relative to wholeheartedly help and accompany you is such a happy thing. After biting her lip for a moment, she smiled brightly and agreed. Okay. Thanks, cousin. I'll add 2 extra eggs for you tonight. Suddenly, she looked at her phone and cried out, Elder Lamb just posted a new mission announcement. Land of Extreme Yin. Proceed to the Land of Extreme Yin. Collect mission items related to the Dark System. Please consider carefully before registering. Please consider carefully before registering. Fang Yi's interest was piqued. He stroked his chin. So, it's the Dark System, huh? This Land of Extreme Yin, wait. Do you know anything about it? Lin Yi nodded and explained. The Land of Extreme Yin is located in a border region belonging to the Dark System, which the Jia Nation has strictly forbidden, because the Dark System within is extremely powerful when ascendants are on missions. They all avoid this area. They take detours. Furthermore, most of the anomalies currently in the city have slipped out from that region. The government has never explored deep into this forbidden zone either. I heard very serious accidents have happened inside. Fang Yi was a bit hesitant. Is that so? Well, we have to give it a try. Ask her for the specific mission details. Will she answer? The beautiful woman, number 81, immediately said, No way, Elder Lamb is very mysterious. She never says more than a few words. Fang Yi had to calculate things in his head. The Land of Extreme Yin. It's in a forbidden zone strictly controlled by the Jia Nation. There have been many casualties. And yet this. Lam can still issue missions related to the Land of Extreme Yin to ascendants. She's not just some reckless troublemaker who dares to oppose the government. Her identity must be extraordinary. Or perhaps she's a high-ranking officer in the military or the council. I lean more toward the latter possibility. Lin Yi messaged back, Elder Lamb, I want to register. What specifically do we need to do? Elder Lamb replied instantly. This mission's objective is to collect the 7 rot flower. A little reminder, the reward for this mission is more abundant than usual, but all the dangers in the Land of Extreme Yin belong to the Dark System. The danger level of the anomalies is also higher than what you have encountered before. Therefore, everyone needs to form a team before registering to participate. The beautiful woman, number 81, couldn't help but panic. Oh my God, what's going on? Why is Elder Lamb replying in such detail? Elder Lamb even explained in detail. This mission might be related to an S-class anomaly. The fatality rate is very high. Everyone, please think carefully before acting. If you can form a team with a strong and reliable ascendant, it's not too late to register then. After sending this series of messages, she told herself, let's just leave it at that. It all depends on whether that person agrees. Fang Yi's lips twitched as he repeated, if you can form a team with a strong and reliable ascendant. He gave a wry smile inwardly. Isn't this a bit too direct? She might as well have said, I know you. I know an ascendant like you will be interested. Do you dare to come? He smiled and turned to his cousin. Looks like this is aimed at me. Interesting. This Land of Extreme Yin. I really do want to go check it out. Elsewhere, after seeing Elder Lamb's mission, a female staff member hesitantly asked, Elder Lamb, what about their squad over here? Elder Lamb cut her off coldly. It doesn't matter. If he is an ascendant worthy of the Jia Nation's trust, he will come. The staff member still couldn't feel at ease. But if he doesn't come, then this batch of ascendants will... Elder Lamb sighed wearily. If he doesn't come, then it just means the time isn't right. Do you two think the mission to collect the 7 rot flower is deliberately designed to send strong ascendants to their deaths? The 2 staff members were flustered. Elder Lamb had to explain, carrying out a mission with a 1 in 10 chance of survival, like picking the 7 rot flower. Its core purpose is the complete opposite of what it seems. This is the necessary path to accumulate power for the Jia Nation. Only by picking the 7 rot flower can we save even more ascendants. Whether it's the core force of the Jia Nation's future or the top-tier core combat force. One after another, they fall their fates unknown. No matter what, we must pick more 7 rot flowers. It's up to you, Master, as the sole ascendant of the Jia Nation. To reach the Diamond Realm, the 7 thorn flower must be used to treat and awaken him. After the aura recovery, the existence of a Diamond Realm powerhouse is as valuable as today's nuclear weapons. It's our greatest leverage in negotiations with other nations both before and after the aura recovery. Therefore, even if it means sacrificing a few squads, or even more aura users, it's all worth it. The worried staff member reminded her, "The mission is important, but your health is just as important, ma'am." Hearing this, Gia Lam bit her lip in frustration. "My health is important. Yes, it is. It's very important because my life was brought back by my comrades." As she said this, she realized she'd gone too far and lowered her voice. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you girls." The other girl quickly comforted her. "It's okay, Lam. It was my fault for misspeaking." "Is your headache acting up again?" Remembering her past comrades, Gia Lam dejectedly whispered, "It's nothing. It's not time for my medicine yet. I just felt like it." It's all in the past now. Memories flooded her mind. The retreat order was given. "Blade Wielder Squad, please retreat immediately." Her last teammate used his dying breath to entrust her with the mission. The Abyssal Dark Zone is a truly terrifying place. Little Lamb, the mission to retrieve the Seven Thorn Flower. We have no choice but to leave it to you. For our master, for the Jia Nation, for everyone. Gia Lam sobbed, "No, I'm not going, Captain." But her captain was transferring all of his aura to her. He wearily instructed her, "This is our attribute. I hope you can make good use of it. You must survive and return." Remembering this, she unconsciously looked at her palm and muttered, "They transferred their spiritual power to me, but they didn't know. If the Seven Thorn Flower is contaminated by blood or not picked whole, it becomes useless." 1 hour and 45 minutes later at Fang Yi's location, the 81-year-old beautiful woman complained as she walked, "How many more kilometers do we have to go?" "I'm telling you, Boss Yi, you guys are all so strong already. Can't we just fly for a little bit?" Lin Yi immediately objected. When the ambient aura isn't rich enough for the human body to fly at will, not even aura users can do it. Suddenly, Fang Yi frowned and looked ahead. "Is that the Abyssal Dark Zone up there?" Briefly surveying the scene, he grimly analyzed. "It's shrouded in a dark attribute. Even with all these barriers, I can still sense that." An unsettling presence? The 81-year-old beautiful woman had barely gotten close before she couldn't stand it, hugging herself and trembling. "This horrible stench. It's 100 times more terrifying than the anomaly we encountered last night. More like 1,000 times. Lin Yi was also sweating as she whispered, "Calm down. We're already here." Suddenly, Fang Yi looked in another direction and called out, "Not bad, look ahead." "It seems quite a few aura users have come here." Lin Yi followed his gaze. She agreed with him. "Yeah. I think it's not just for the so-called generous reward, but also because of what 81 and I encountered. The dark attribute is difficult to deal with. It's bloodthirsty and hostile towards humans. But now, there have been more than one of these unusual dark attribute riots in the city," Fang Yi confirmed grimly. "That's right. I've personally faced 2 dark attribute anomalies. One was a mutated beast, but instead of a wild rabbit, it was more like a large rodent. There was also a large snake lurking in the factory at night. They have more advanced intelligence than that mutated rabbit. They can work together to set traps which almost wiped out the entire team from the Aura Association. Most importantly, just as Yi said, these anomalies are incredibly cunning. They seem to be intentionally avoiding the army's defenses at the city border, though I have no idea how. But now these anomalies are appearing in the city more and more frequently. It's reached a point where it's almost impossible to contain them. That's why we had to make this trip." With that, he strode forward and the other 2 followed. In front of the entrance to the Abyssal Dark Zone, a group was gathering. Su Qinghuang was chatting with her teammates when she froze, staring at Fang Yi in disbelief. "What the hell, him? He's here too, and he brought 2 girls with him." As soon as she said it, she realized her mistake. She quickly turned and covered her mouth. The girl next to her asked, confused, Boss. Su Qinghuang prayed awkwardly, "Amitabha Buddha, great Buddha, please don't let him see me. Don't let him see me." But the moment Fang Yi walked over, he recognized her. "Hey, isn't that Captain Su over there?" Su Qinghuang scratched her head and turned around. "Oh, it's you. You came to the Abyssal Dark Zone too well, that's great." Before Fang Yi could say anything, the 81-year-old beautiful woman jumped in and asked, "Master, who is this girl? Don't tell me she's Yi's sister-in-law." Lin Yi was stunned. "Huh, cousin." Su Qinghuang's face turned beet red as she frantically waved her hands. Oh my God, this is a huge misunderstanding. Fang Yi had no choice but to step in and clear the air. Of course not. This is my errand runner, Captain Su from the Aura Association. Su Qinghuang whispered, slightly troubled, "Why does that sound even more awkward?" Just as she finished her thought, a foot stepped forward with, "What a bunch of shameless, bragging kids ascendants these days. Each generation is younger and more disrespectful than the last. It's bad enough you don't greet your elders, but to be arguing so loudly. Have you no idea where you are? This old man certainly hopes that in a little while inside the extreme yin zone you all can still trust each other, just like this." The 81-year-old beautiful woman couldn't take it anymore. She rolled up her sleeves, ready for a fight. "Hey, would you look at that? My temper's flaring up again. Do you have any idea who these—" Lin Yi hurriedly stopped her. Fang Yi also shot her a warning glance. The 81-year-old beautiful woman had to change her tune and went to provoke the old man instead. "Hey, Gramps, you should worry about yourself. We'll see who gets scared to death in a bit." Suddenly, a noise made him change his target. He turned towards the approaching vehicle and said to everyone, "The car is here." "Well then, let's go see." The military vehicle had just stopped when Jialan immediately opened the door. Seeing her, the people there were a bit doubtful. Is that Sister Jialan? It really is her. What on earth is her status? So impressive. Fang Yi guessed. She's probably the one here to open the gate for us. Jialan glanced briefly at the crowd behind her, then focused on the barrier gate. She took out a stone with a strange pattern on it. She aimed it at the gate, and the gate immediately began to move. Jialan gathered her strength and yelled, "Everyone is here!" The gate opened. Behind it was a region of pitch-black space. Jialan stood in the middle of the gateway and shouted, "You may enter now!" A special reminder, the 7 rot flowers you collect must be intact and not stained with human blood. If they don't meet the requirements, you cannot claim the reward. If there are no other questions, you can begin. The group reluctantly entered. A few people mumbled as they passed by. "Damn it! She's not going herself, just sending us to our deaths. There isn't even any compensation if we die." What kind of attitude is that? A grim-faced man reminded old Dang, "You should talk less. If we die, we can only be reported as missing. If the government gave your family a huge sum of money for no reason, wouldn't that be admitting they sent us to be killed?" Behind them, Su Qinghuang turned to analyze for Fang Yi. "That middle-aged man is probably like you, a 1-star spirit creation realm. Also among those who are silent, there seem to be a few masters, but they might have concealed their spiritual aura, making it hard to judge. The others are also ascendants with solid cultivation bases among the 2-star Phantom Palace realm. 3 stars. The strength of each 5-man team is about the same." Fang Yi nodded and sighed. "Looks like this mission is quite difficult. I didn't expect them to find so many elite 5-man ascendant teams." But inwardly, he thought differently. That guy from before was also in the spirit creation realm. I don't think his spiritual energy level is that high. After a moment, seeing that everyone had gone in, the female staff member picked up a report and read aloud. "Sister Lan, the personnel statistics are complete. For this mission into the extreme yin zone, there are 37 2-star Phantom Palace realm members, 12 3-star Phantom Palace realm members, and 3 1-star Spirit Creation realm members. The difficulty level of anomalies in this mission ranges from B rank to S rank." Jialan watched the group and gave an order. "You guys get to the monitoring equipment. I've already finished all the prep work. Don't worry, inside the extreme yin zone, a place devoid of any life force." The dark aura filled the air. The 81-year-old beautiful woman had only taken a few steps before she couldn't help but retch. "Sorry, I feel sick. I can't help it." Fang Yi glanced over and said coldly, "Stay close. The dark attribute here will obscure your vision. If we don't stick close together, we'll get separated and lose our way in no time." Su Qinghuang awkwardly patted her shoulder to comfort her. "It's okay. It's the smell of rotting corpses mixed with brain and spinal fluid. You're not the only one who feels nauseous. It's very normal. Look, that group up ahead with a similar cultivation level. They're also throwing up. The dark attribute is a natural counter to ascendance. You can think of it as a type of corruption. The anomalies in the extreme yin zone are extremely active. Based on what we know about the anomalies, a B-rank anomaly is equivalent to an Ascendant's Phantom Palace realm. The range of damage they can cause is controllable. An A-rank anomaly is similar to the spirit creation realm. They're often found in places with violent or concentrated spiritual energy like this extreme yin zone. An S-rank anomaly is comparably horrible to the Vajra realm or even higher. It's practically a disaster-level event. However, it must be emphasized that dark attribute anomalies within the extreme yin zone will be enhanced. An anomaly that's normally rated B rank can be elevated by at least 1 rank here. The 81-year-old beautiful woman asked, a little bewildered, "Is that really a thing?" "That's the first I'm hearing of it." "I get it now." "What about Captain Tuo? Aren't you guys affected at all?" Lin Yi had the same question. "That's right. Aren't you guys contaminated?" Tuo King Huang had already broken through to the 3-star ghost level, so she awkwardly made an excuse. "You're overthinking things. My teammates and I often handle similar anomalies, so we're not afraid of the stench. Besides, we've been under strict orders to improve ourselves lately. My water attribute even mutated into an ice attribute." They chatted as they walked. "Our ranks are the same, Captain Tuo. I wonder if you feel the same way I do. As soon as I entered this dense fog, my spiritual power started to drain. It's much more severe than what we encountered on the last mission." Many masters have lost their lives here before. Among them were even elite soldiers at the 1-star spirit forging realm. And above, that's why we need to be extra careful. Let's go. The mission is what's important. Yeah, I can't see the people ahead of us anymore. Let's stick closer together. From now on, I'll talk less to conserve energy. Everyone focus your spiritual power. Don't let this fog take advantage of any openings. Hearing their conversation, Fang Yi thought to himself in silence. After coming in here, my body doesn't seem to feel that seriously uncomfortable. It seems my yang and lightning attributes, enhanced by the demon-slaying enchantment, are both effective at dispelling dark attributes. Or maybe it's because I've ascended to the spirit forging realm. The effects of my spiritual power have just gotten stronger. Elsewhere, the uncle's pioneer team was ambushed by aberrants. They slashed wildly. The aberrants in this ultra-dark zone are nothing special. Brothers will definitely be the ones to collect the 7-stench flower. Let's show those youngsters what real strength looks like. Niece 1, big bro charge. This way. Lin Yi gasped and coughed dryly. Hearing this, Fang Yi paused. He sighed internally. She's still just a kid after all. He patted her on the back a few times. Lin Yi was a little startled. "Cousin." A halo of spiritual power enveloped Lin Yi's body. She looked down at herself, slightly surprised. This feeling is... the nausea and the corrosive gloom. They're all gone. It's as warm as sunbathing in the winter. The 81-year-old beauty couldn't help but feel envious. As expected of the power of the spirit forging realm, Lin Yi carefully analyzed the sensation. The fire attribute. It's so warm. Truly befitting a rare high-grade attribute. Ever since I ascended to the 3-star ghost level, I've only started to have deeper contact with attributes. My plant attribute specializes in absorbing the spiritual energy from the dewdrops on plants from the world around us. A mutated water attribute. Becoming Captain Tuo's ice attribute. That's also very rare. Hearing this, Fang Yi quickly interrupted. It's not the fire attribute, it's the yang attribute. I just haven't explained it to you properly yet. I was the one who handled the fire incidents at the North Gate and the training grounds of Qingcheng University. But those two anomalies were different. The yang attribute and the heavenly fire attribute are also slightly different. Tuo King Huang was stunned. You're just admitting it like that. So, does that mean you now have 3 rare high-grade attributes? Fang Yi lowered his eyes, thinking to himself, actually, there's also the desolation attribute. But the tallest tree attracts the most wind. I should keep it as a trump card. So, he mumbled in confirmation. Something like that. Hey, what about 81? The 81-year-old beauty came forward trembling and said, I haven't broken through to the 3-star ghost level yet. I can't sense my attribute clearly, but it's roughly following the path of the metal attribute. Oh, Master Cousin, I swear, after we get out of here, I will never bother you again. Your yang attribute. Could you warm me up a bit too? Fang Yi smiled and gave her a pat. All right, I'll keep you warm for a day. Just then, the members of Tuo Qinghuang's team walked over. A bit puzzled, they asked, "What's with all the padding back and forth?" As soon as they finished speaking, the 81-year-old beauty let out a sigh. So warm. Fang Yi cheerfully suggested to Captain Tuo, "How about your Team 5 gets a dose too?" Everyone cheered excitedly. "This feels pretty good." "Then what are you waiting for?" asked the master. A second later, all three of them were enveloped in the Yang attribute. As they happily enjoyed the rare warmth, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed out. Fang Yi turned his head warily. "Watch out, an aberrant is coming." Tuo Qinghuang immediately took action. What is that thing? 81 was right in front of her. The 81-year-old beauty was frozen in place, unable to react. Seeing the aberrant charge forward to attack Tuo Qinghuang, rushed forward shouting, "Be careful, it's an A-rank aberrant." She struck it, but only hit a grotesque afterimage. She pulled back, guarding her surroundings. This level of toughness. Did it disappear? Another growl sounded out. Fang Yi looked behind them warily. In just a few breaths, the entire group was surrounded by a horde of zombies. Fang Yi shouted, "Watch your feet, get back!" He condensed his Yang attribute into a sword, his pupils brimming with its power. With one swing, 2 dragon heads shot forth, incinerating the surrounding horde of zombies. The aberrant's voice echoed out, "Hot, hot, don't burn me." Fang Yi cheerfully turned back and said, "We're safe for now. These aberrants have been dissipated." It looked like there were so many eyes, but in reality there were only 2 of them. I just didn't expect the aberrants here to have evolved to mimic human language. Tuo Qinghuang immediately speculated perhaps they learned how after eating so many humans. These aberrants, even the weakest among them, has been nurtured to A rank by this ultra-dark zone. Anyone below the spirit-forging realm can't fight them head-on. Meanwhile, this entire scene was witnessed by Jialan. She paused her actions, thinking to herself, he dispersed 2 A-rank illusion-type beasts with a single blow. Even for me, it would have taken at least a few rounds to deal with them. Back with the group, Lin Yi clenched her fists and proposed, "If what our captain said is true, then we need to stick together even more. Otherwise, I think there's a high chance the anomaly will disguise itself and blend in with us. It'll attack when our guard is down. 81, get up already." The beautiful 81-year-old woman remained stubbornly seated, panting heavily, sighing endlessly. This oppressive aura is terrifying. It's even stronger than the Miu Yao and the Jiangxi. Even a slight touch could probably burn me to a crisp. Is this the pressure of a higher realm? I feel like I can barely breathe. Suddenly, from the nearby cliffside, a sound caught everyone's attention. Lin Yi asked curiously, "Hey everyone, listen. Is that the sound of ocean waves up ahead?" Before anyone could answer, the ground over there suddenly began to shake violently. A few rushed footsteps fled. The group here tried to hold their ground while also running. "Run, stop fighting. This thing is demonic. Help me. It's a ghost." This is something that even the legendary army would suffer heavy losses against. It's the dark tide. The whole group just ran, their screams echoing endlessly. "Help! Help me!" The old captain refused to give up. "Raise the shields and fight back. What the hell is this so-called dark tide? Just because the regular army couldn't beat it, we're supposed to lose too. You morons, this is all mine for the taking." But the dark tide rose higher and higher easily, swallowing him whole with only the sound of his regret echoing out. "Damn it, this is wrong. The anomaly here isn't just A rank. It's not S rank. No, I can't let it catch me. I can't." But his teammates couldn't escape either. They were swallowed up along with him. Watching from a distance, Fang Yi murmured with a sigh, "The dark aura is so thick. Are they beyond saving now? Can we still run?" "Captain Su, what is the dark tide?" Su Qingxuan immediately explained, "The dark tide is the ultimate form of the dark attribute, a corruption that can devour everything, including the anomalies within it. But I'm sure the plan was to avoid the day of the tide." "Oh my god, are the people up ahead really all dead?" Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it. "So, this is the dark tide? I've only ever heard about it on the forums. They said it's a power that can destroy an entire city-state. Cousin, maybe we should get out of here first. Is there still time?" Fang Yi said nothing, instead focusing on gathering his lightning attribute and combining it with the Yang attribute to create a shield. He instructed everyone, "Don't panic. This spiritual barrier has a restraining effect on the dark attribute. If needed, we can pool our strength to maintain this spiritual barrier. It will protect everyone through the tide's impact. Hearing this, Su Qingxuan asked in shock, "What are you planning to do? The dark tide is a condensed state of the dark attribute. With our strength, there's no way we can fight it." That old guy in the spirit creation realm was swallowed instantly. Fang Yi paid him no mind condensing the attribute into his body and stepping forward. So what if it's condensed? I'll just go and destroy it. With that, he launched himself into the air. He left the people inside the barrier in a state of utter shock. "Cousin, I didn't mishear that, did I? What is he trying to do? Destroy the dark tide like a pillar of light?" Fang Yi plunged into the dark tide, quickly creating a tunnel and advancing deep into its center. Looking at the ghostly faces in here, he couldn't help but click his tongue. So it's just as I thought. These anomalies, to say they are A-rank anomalies controlled and evolved by the dark attribute, it's better to say they are upgraded versions fused together from B rank to A rank, from A rank to S rank, and the level of this entire dark tide anomaly. Calling it SSS rank wouldn't be an exaggeration. No wonder it could so easily swallow those spirit creation realm ascendants, who are supposed to be the elites of humanity. Thinking of this, he gathered lightning system spiritual energy in his palm and struck out wildly inside the dark tide. The heads within the tide reached out to strike back, but before they could do anything, Fang Yi had already switched to the Yang attribute, burning them away. With the power of the spirit creation realm combined with his enhanced weapon, a fight that would have been a struggle against the current B-rank Juye giant serpent could now easily destroy the fused A-rank anomaly within the dark tide. After fighting for a bit longer, he paused. He glanced at a corner, puzzled. "Looks familiar. Is that the guy from before?" He opened his mouth to test the waters. "Hey, you still alive?" The old guy let out a sound. Cough, cough. Fang Yi understood. Still responsive. He could see that this person's spiritual energy hadn't been completely consumed by the dark attribute yet, even if his spirit creation realm foundation wasn't as solid as my own. He's still a true spirit creation realm cultivator. There's still a glimmer of hope. He continued to gather lightning on his fingertip and slashed down. 100 refined divine lightning. As the lightning struck, the old guy was dropped back onto the ground. Fang Yi stood there coldly assessing him. As expected, there's still a small chance of saving him, but not much. Suddenly, a dark shadow covered his body. Hordes of heads from within the tide charged at him angrily. Fang Yi just continued to observe calmly. Whoa, a limitless power boost. Ah, could this be the special quality of S-rank anomalies and above? Let's try this. He dispelled the protective spiritual energy around his body. Those heads were no longer obstructed and rushed towards him in unison. The system panel quickly appeared, detecting extremely powerful dark attribute. The power of this attribute is very special, temporarily unable to extract. Fang Yi disappointedly fended them off. Even after reaching the spirit creation realm, I still can't extract the dark attribute. As expected, the dark attribute is a bit more special than the others. Since I can't completely destroy it, nor can I directly absorb it, then I'll just have to try another way. It's a shame I didn't bring my little white flower. Otherwise, I could have used the power of desolation to see which is stronger against this dark attribute. Are there any other ways? I know I already have something, don't I? His eyes immediately flashed. The Skyfire attribute. Outside, the people inside the barrier were in an uproar. Captain Su, have you ever encountered a situation like this? Su King Huang replied helplessly, My knowledge is limited. I've never seen anything like this. How can the dark tide just stand still like that? Lin Yi shivered and hugged herself. What's going on with this shield? It's so strange. I never felt this uneasy before, even when we faced the ghost vine. But in this bizarre environment, my cousin has been in there for so long. What if something happens to him? Su Qinghuang took her hand to comfort her. Isn't his spiritual energy shield still there? It's just flickering a little. We can reinforce it together with our spiritual energy. Besides, with his level of power, if something were to happen to him, we just end up being buried along with him. Someone who possesses several super attributes of the spirit creation realm. I even suspect his true power has already reached the 3rd star of the spirit creation realm. It's not up to small fries like us at the 3rd star of the ghost-dwelling realm to rescue him. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Lin Yi covered her mouth and chuckled. Captain Su, you really have a sense of humor. Su King Huang scratched her head in embarrassment. Really? My teammates say the same thing. Are you feeling better now? Before she could finish, a pillar of fire shot straight into the sky. The 9-dragon Skyfire sealing art was cast by Fang Yi. Inside the pillar of fire, he strained and roared. The beautiful 81-year-old woman couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Yi, that's your cousin. Lin Yi was stunned. This move, bae, this is so cool. Not far away, Jialan felt the pressure radiating out and exclaimed in shock. A Skyfire attribute seal. Did he just seal the dark tide? Over here. Fang Yi switched to lightning spiritual energy, pouring more electricity into the sealing orb. He lifted the orb high with his body and shouted, 9 dragons, commandment seal. The orb was thrown straight down. Fang Yi continued to compress it, making it smaller. After a moment, it was only the size of a fist. Finally, unable to take it anymore, it shattered into pieces. The captain's body was thrown hard onto the ground. Fang Yi asked awkwardly, It's temporarily safe now. An unexpected harvest. Picked up a person. What should I do with him? Lin Yi ran over excitedly. Cousin, you're all right. That's great. Su King Huang immediately suggested, hand that person over to my team members. You sealed a high-level dark attribute, sir. Why don't you look happy at all? In her heart, she thought, he said he wanted to destroy the dark tide. And he actually did it. This man truly is. But Fang Yi didn't answer. After pondering for a moment, he turned his back and said as he walked away, because this is only a temporary seal. The dark attribute here is too abundant. We have to leave quickly. While the seal is still effective, we need to hurry and collect the 17 quenched flames. Su King Huang acknowledged the order with a wave of her hand. Understood. We'll take this person back to the Spiritual Energy Association for treatment. After walking a little further, she looked at the empty space ahead and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Where are the people who were ahead of us? Did no one make it out? Fang Yi stated coolly, not even a scrap of clothing or bone can be seen. Except for this man, they were probably all devoured by the dark attribute. Regardless of their cultivation realm, the beautiful 81-year-old woman sighed with regret. They were living people just a moment ago, and now they're all gone. Maybe I'm just cold-blooded. My only thought right now is that I'm glad I didn't witness their deaths with my own eyes. Fang Yi turned and gave orders. Yi, 81, you two, and Captain Su, go on ahead. The most dangerous thing right now is actually this black pond. It makes more sense for me to cover the rear. The group didn't dare to disobey and quickly moved. Yes, sir. With no one else nearby, Fang Yi approached the pond. The system panel appeared accordingly. Beginning scan for intense dark attribute waves. Scan successful. Initiating ultimate computing power. Compiling. Compilation successful. You have received the Dark Attribute Cultivation Method, Immeasurable Dark World. Effect condenses a sealed space of mist. Within this space, spiritual energy will be corroded by the dark attribute. Existing spiritual energy will be greatly reduced. Fang Yi looked at the dark orb in his hand in surprise. Immeasurable Dark World, a special domain. In other words, as long as I cast the Immeasurable Dark World when facing an enemy, the corrosive effect of the dark attribute can wear down my opponent's spiritual energy. The spiritual energy will gradually decrease. If I combine it with my other elemental techniques, wouldn't I be able to stack the weakening effect to make it even stronger? That way, even if an anomaly, something even more bizarre than the dark tide were to appear, I could still fight above my level and destroy it. The intense fluctuation of spiritual energy confused To Than-hien. Looking back at the master, she said, Do you feel like this fog is... Just as she spoke, her expression changed drastically. She stared at Fungdik, absorbing the spiritual energy, unable to believe her eyes. This wave of spiritual energy, it's... How is he breaking through again? There wasn't any world-altering phenomenon just now. No, wait. Could it be that he's absorbing the power of the dark tide? It's rated as S-class by the government, but this is just too absurd. During this initial stage of spiritual energy's revival, all pioneers know that the dark attribute is the most terrifying. It is a power converged from the deep-seated negative emotions and latent malice within living beings. For that reason, absorbing the dark attribute is strictly forbidden by the government. In the past, the government also tried to research ways to purify and refine the dark attribute, but they paid a terrible price. And for that very reason, anomalies with the dark attribute are classified separately. Although their ranks also range from D-class to S-class, even a D-class one is enough to make a pioneer who has just entered the nether realm suffer all kinds of torment, let alone the dark tide and S-class anomaly. Forget one spirit creation realm cultivator, it could swallow even 10 of them with ease. Back when the dark attribute wasn't forbidden, some pioneers also tried to absorb dark attribute abilities. However, a 3-star nether realm cultivator like him merely absorbed a single remnant strand of dark attribute from a C-class dark anomaly and was violently backlashed into insanity. His skin rotted, his mind shattered, and to this day, he's still in a psychiatric hospital. And at this very moment, Fungdik had also stopped the absorption process. He frowned, looked in a certain direction, and called out, "Come on out. You've been watching us for a long time." Jia Lam suddenly appeared, pulling down her mask and exclaiming, "If I'm not mistaken, Fungdik, you were the one who sealed the dark tide." To Ten Hien was shocked. "It's Jia Lam." Jia Lam paid her no mind, slowly walking closer to question him. "And also, what were you doing just now?" "Absorbing the dark attribute," Fungdik replied casually. "Ah, that's right." To Ten Hien couldn't believe it. He admitted it. Jia Lam suddenly reached into her jacket, pulled out a gun, and pointed it straight at his head. This scene stunned the others nearby. "Sister Jia Lam, what are you doing?" To Ten Hien also spread her arms to block her. "If I remember correctly, Fungdik is the highest priority target your military wants to recruit, isn't he? Before when our spirit association wanted to recruit him, you people snatched him from under our noses. What do you mean by this?" Fungdik pushed her aside and questioned her strangely. "Isn't our mission to find the 7 rot flower? This young lady. You were clearly in a hurry to complete the mission, but now it seems you're not happy that we didn't die here." Jia Lam kept the gun pointed at him, responding with cold silence. The 81-year-old beautiful woman also walked over to reason with her. "Sister Jia Lam, we've always trusted you, but you were already here. Why didn't you step in earlier? If it weren't for Master Fungdik, we would have all been wiped out. Forget about me, but YY is still just a child. But you just stood by and watched, and now you want to give the Master a hard time." Jia Lam finally lowered her gun and smiled. "Just kidding. It seems you're well liked by your comrades." "Congratulations on passing the test." The others asked in confusion. "Well liked? What are you talking about?" Yeah, Fungdik said flatly. "So your purpose for coming here was to test me?" Jia Lam nodded, admitting, "Something like that. Because you have this level of talent and strength. So I didn't want to read those cold, lifeless documents. I wanted to see with my own eyes what kind of person you truly are. And also to answer your question about why I didn't intervene earlier. It's because pioneers can only abide by the rules of pioneers. In this world of restored spiritual energy, we are all the same. This is the unpredictable fate of a pioneer life, death, disaster, or fortune. But you kids are very lucky. You have someone trustworthy and powerful enough to protect you. Haven't you noticed? To this day, no other anomaly has come to attack you kids. That's because they were terrified by the power Fungdik used to seal the dark tide. The dark tide is just like the real world. It bullies the weak and fears the strong. Let me lead you all to find the 7 rot flower. I'm more familiar with this place than you are." Fungdik listened quietly, feeling a bit puzzled. This person, why do I get the feeling that she has some mental issues? To Ten Hien leaned over and whispered, "Her Team 5 encountered the dark tide before, but in the end, she was the only one who made it out alive." Fungdik now understood. So, that's how it is. Because of her identity, she's absolutely obedient and indifferent to missions and rules. At the same time, she has a kind of conviction that helps her persevere. It's just that after seeing me seal the dark tide, she couldn't hold it back anymore. Thinking of this, he smiled. "Well then, 81-year-old Little Toe, let's be understanding of this injured patient." The beautiful 81-year-old woman was a bit puzzled. "Is she injured?" Feng Yi nodded in affirmation. "Her spiritual shield is severely damaged. At a minimum, she should have the power of a 2-star creation realm. But her spiritual shield's power has dropped by 2 levels. It proves her internal injuries are quite severe. Jielin was walking. Hearing him speak, she stopped and glanced back, saying, "Thanks, but my injuries are fine." After a while, they arrived at the extreme dark zone. The group slowly entered the graveyard in a single-file line. Feng Yi glanced down, slightly surprised, and wondered to himself, "So, this is the place." Jilan announced, "We're here. This is the graveyard. Look, that's a 7-rot flower." After saying this, she silently stepped inside. Countless wandering souls drifted around the flower. Jalen, as if losing her mind, reached out her hand. "Finally. I've finally found you again." Fang Yi immediately sensed something was wrong. Not good. He gathered Yang Attribute spiritual energy into his palm, threw it towards Jialin, and yelled, "Hey! Snap out of it!" The approaching fireball jolted Jialin back to her senses. She quickly shattered it, thinking with relief. So strong. This is the extremely rare Yang Attribute. She watched as Fang Yi pulled back his hand. Then she glanced back at the dissipating illusion. She couldn't help but frown. Could it be that my preparations still weren't enough? Lin Yi ran over to check on her. "Sister Jialin, are you okay?" Su Qingshan advised, "You've been severely affected by the dark attribute. We should all stick together here. As for the 7-rot flower, just letting him go is enough." Fang Yi didn't reply and just quietly continued forward. After walking a bit further, Fang Yi discovered another flower, but there was movement nearby. A demon beast burst up from the ground and attacked. From within its mouth, hordes of vengeful souls screamed, "So hungry, so hungry, so hungry." Fang Yi thought nothing of it and switched to divine lightning. The demon beast crashed into it, letting out a terrible shriek. Fang Yi thought with disgust, "This fox demon. Just how many abnormalities did it have to devour to become like this? Is this another S rank? I have to deal with it quickly, get the 7-rot flower, and go back. There isn't much time left on the seal for the dark tide. Still not dead. Then I'll use you to test my skills." Infinite Dark Realm deploy. Dark-type spiritual energy quickly gathered, forming a sphere that enveloped the demon beast. Its body was corroded by the dark spirit chi and began to shrink. As system notifications appeared, affected by the dark attribute, especially within the Infinite Dark Realm, the S-rank abnormality, half-decayed fox demon has been degraded to B rank. Seeing this, Fang Yi came to a new conclusion. It dropped 2 whole ranks. It seems the cultivation foundation of S-rank abnormalities in the extreme dark zone isn't very stable, huh? He drew his sword, now wreathed in the Yang attribute. With a single slash, he declared, "It's over." In the distance, Su Qingshuan saw the hazy scene ahead and asked doubtfully, "What is this now?" "This black aura, is it the dark attribute? But it feels different." Lin Yi agreed. "That's right, I don't feel that oppressive, gloomy, and cold." "And disgusting aura." Jilan then explained, "That's because this is Fang Yi's domain. He has mastered the dark attribute and is completely self-taught, creating his own domain from it." Speaking of which, she couldn't help but sigh, reminiscing, using spiritual energy to create a domain is an extremely difficult feat. Back then, the only person who could use a spiritual attribute to create their own spatial domain was Master. Besides him, across the entire globe, there were at most only 3 other people with this ability. The other 2's identities are unknown, but it's known they are in Country M. Back then, when it was predicted that the capital city was about to face a world-ending catastrophe, Master deployed his domain to suppress it. But the result was... While she was lost in her memories, Su Qingshuan's voice rang out, "He's moving! He's moving! He's out! That was so fast!" Fang Yi smiled and waved. "All right, the graveyard behind us probably won't cause any more trouble." A few minutes earlier, after finishing off the demon beast, Fang Yi had walked over to the flower. He easily plucked it, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. This should be fine now. Back in the present, Jilan couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the flower and in her hand and wondered, this is the 7-rot flower, such a tiny flower. Fang Yi nodded. Mission complete. We need to retreat immediately. The dark tide isn't like a normal dark attribute abnormality. It can cause trouble at any moment. Besides, we have a liability with us. Jilan happily replied, "Got it. Thank you, Fang Yi. If you hadn't turned the tide, this mission would have never succeeded. And thank you, everyone. Let's get out of here." The group turned and began to leave. But Jialan, still very grateful, repeated, "Fang Yi, I truly can't thank you enough. Venerable Elder Wu, the only Vajra realm expert in the Xia kingdom, is currently in critical condition. The seven-rot flower is his only life-saving medicine. You've saved his life." Fang Yi couldn't help but be surprised. The Vajra realm. After a while, the group reached the entrance. The beautiful 81-year-old woman and Lin Yi cheered enthusiastically. "Finally, we can finally see the light again. We made it back alive. That's right, we can finally see the sun again." The people outside saw them emerge and cheered happily. The seven-rot flower. They really got the seven-rot flower. When Sister Lamb said they had gotten the seven-rot flower, we didn't dare believe it. Yeah, who was the one who actually picked it? The beautiful 81-year-old woman came out and was stunned by the scene. So many people were waiting. Suddenly, Lin Yi looked ahead and froze in shock. That's a vehicle from the Spiritual War Zone. The Spiritual War Zone's combat power is absolute. Their fame is legendary throughout the Xia Kingdom. There's no one who doesn't know of them. The beautiful 81-year-old woman now understood, so that Old Lamb is a high-level manager from the Spirit War Zone. Oh my god, I was just messing with her earlier. The Spirit War Zone, the top ranked among the 10 major war zones of the Xia Nation. In this era of peaceful development, it represents the strongest of the elite renowned throughout the entire country. It gathers the best physical and intellectual talents. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, they gained a heaven-sent advantage. Not only do they have abundant resources, but the restricted zone they guard is a cultivation treasure land. It's something you can only hope to encounter, not seek out. The 7 decay flower was packaged and handed to Han Li. Holding the flower in his hand, he couldn't help but smile. Then, along with the other soldiers, he turned towards Fang Yi and shouted a salute. After the salute was done, he turned to report to Old Lamb. "I will immediately take the 7 decay flower to the hospital. Please rest assured." Old Lamb nodded. I'll be there in a little while." Han Li got into the vehicle, which quickly turned around and left. Only then did Fang Yi step forward and ask, "Are you from the Spirit War Zone?" Old Lamb answered as usual, "Yes. Your strength and performance have probably spread throughout our entire war zone. It won't be long before you're a famous person. However, I must admit your individual strength can overwhelm the strongest squad in our war zone. Furthermore, your potential is immense with no visible limit. If you're interested, would you like to join us? You could receive the best cultivation resources." "Oh, right. For this mission, you, your teammate, and the entire Spirit Association squad will all receive double the rewards." Fang Yi humbly refused. "Thank you in advance for the rewards. Although I know you are the strongest in the Xia Nation, I have my own methods and pace for cultivation. As for joining, I think I'll pass." Old Lamb, unwilling to give up, tried to persuade Fang Yi the world is changing. The thing our nation values the most, or rather fears the most, is the dark attribute anomalies. The number of anomalies is increasing at a dizzying rate. In the future, the situation will become even more severe. Their sphere of influence will also continuously expand, like malignant tumors. At any moment, they could cause catastrophic consequences. Therefore, we have no choice but to do everything in our power to build restricted zones and have the Spirit Association keep strict watch everywhere. I'm telling you these things not to restrain you or to guilt-trip you. I just feel that an outstanding forerunner like you now has the right to know about this situation." Fang Yi replied cheerfully, "I understand if I encounter an anomaly in the future, even if it's a stranger, I won't just stand by and watch. You can rest assured about that." Knowing she couldn't persuade him any further, Old Lamb silently took out a token, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Fang Yi. I hope you'll accept this token. With this token, you can freely enter and exit any restricted zone to cultivate. The gates of the Spirit War Zone will also be wide open for you at any time. One more thing. Would you like to visit Elder Wu?" Fang Yi asked with some interest. "You mean the Venerable of the Vajra Realm?" Old Lamb confirmed. "Yes, he is my respected master. I think you should meet him. I wonder if you would agree." "This is just my personal thought. I want to be friends with you." Fang Yi put away the token and cheerfully extended his hand, accepting. "Of course. Another friend means another path. I'll go with you on this trip. Then consider this a gift between friends. Suddenly, enveloped by lightning, Old Lamb jumped in shock. "What is this?" Fang Yi immediately explained. "I think I can remove the residual poison corrupting your body from the dark attribute." Old Lamb felt it for a moment, thinking in disbelief. The lightning attribute has a healing effect. "Right now, I just feel a numbness all over. The place that was cold and painful has become warm. The uncomfortable feeling is gone. The wound eroded by the black bone is healing. My damaged internal organs seem to have recovered their previous health. The blood vessels in my body are being rearranged and cleansed. All the toxins in my body have been completely eliminated thanks to this rare lightning attribute. This is truly astonishing. It feels like being reborn." A moment later, Fang Yi withdrew his hand and asked, "How do you feel now?" Old Lamb looked at her body for a moment and said, "Very good. All the remaining dark attribute in my body has been completely eliminated. No, it's more like it was shattered." At the same time, inside the ambulance, several doctors were examining the team captain and asking each other, "He's only at the first level of the spirit creation realm, and he's already this seriously injured. Can he still be saved?" Su King Huang turned her head and saw that the other two hadn't left, so she approached them to chat. "You two haven't left yet. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like Old Lamb's wound?" Before she could finish, Old Lamb answered, "That's right. The pure lightning attribute has completely cleansed the residual dark attribute from my body." Su King Huang became even more intrigued. "So this is the tyrant of the lightning attribute. It can both kill enemies and save people." Fang Yi felt a little creeped out and hugged himself. "What are you looking at?" Su King Huang turned towards the ambulance, waving her hand. "Everyone come over here quickly." Then she turned back to him, her eyes sparkling, and asked, I wanted to ask you, could we perhaps cooperate with you a little?" Fang Yi was confused. "What do you mean?" Su King Huang immediately explained, "Combining your spiritual power with medical equipment should allow us to save many more forerunners who are being troubled by the dark attribute. Please show us again." Seeing her bowing sincerely before him, Fang Yi had no choice but to comply. He created a circle of lightning and asked, "Is this okay?" A doctor replied, unable to believe his eyes, It seems to be working. For real. Such a pure high-grade lightning attribute. Can it really break through the dark attribute?" Yelan stepped forward and added, "Just now, Fang Yi transferred it directly to me, and the dark attribute on my body was immediately dispelled. So we just need Fang Yi, and to make contact with the injured ascended right. I remember there's a person in a coma who's also at the spirit creation realm." Su King Huang shyly refused. No. Not every person at the spirit creation realm can withstand spiritual power like this." The doctor standing beside her analyzed in agreement. "That's right. Director Jialan, although your injuries are serious in our assessment, they're still milder than the patient who was just brought in. To treat him, the amount of lightning spiritual power needed is estimated to be 10 times what you required. Besides, just saving his life and getting him to wake up would already be a great outcome. A full recovery is impossible." Fang Yi, understanding their intention, stepped forward. "All right, it's like a blood transfusion, isn't it? So how should I transfer my spiritual power to everyone? You'll all have to store it up for use." The two doctors hurriedly led the way. "This way, please. Just put your hand in here and release your spiritual power." Feng Yi complied, placing his hand inside. "Okay." Watching from a distance, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. "I never thought Sister Jialan would be a high-ranking officer in the Spirit War Zone. And my cousin. He actually made the renowned Spirit War Zone give him special treatment. Even the cold Sister Jialan took the initiative to connect with him. Just now, I even saw Sister Jia. Lan give him her own command token." Just then, Fang Yi looked over a bit surprised and asked, "Yi, how are you two doing?" Lin Yi obediently replied, "Cousin, we've got everything sorted out. Next 81 and I want to go train a bit more and take on a few missions. We can't always depend on you, cousin. Otherwise, we won't make any progress." She thought to herself, "I can't fall behind anymore. I have to catch up to my cousin's pace." Feng Yi didn't object, just gently reminded them, "All right, be safe." Watching their retreating figures, he smiled happily. "My little cousin has grown up." Su King Huang couldn't wait and waved goodbye. "Well, we'll be going first then you two. If fate allows, we'll meet again on the next mission." They both nodded and turned away. "Yeah, let's go. Let's go visit Mr. Wu. On the way back to the association, Su Qinghuang grumbled in frustration. So much for being cold. So much for not showing up. And now look what happened. He got snatched away by the Spirit War Zone. All my efforts these past few days have been wasted. The red-haired girl awkwardly tried to console her. Captain Su, calm down, calm down. Su Qinghuang felt helpless, thinking to herself, the structure of the Spirit Association is still too chaotic. At headquarters and the branches, many managers are even more pretentious than high-ranking military officers. The top elite teams are all fragmented, let alone being willing to humble themselves to get close to Fang Yi. We're lucky that some of the stubborn ones haven't come looking for trouble. A short while later, in the most high-end patient room in the Spirit War Zone's medical base, Fang Yi and Jialan entered. Fang Yi looked at the person on the bed and asked doubtfully, "This is Mr. Wu." Jialan nodded. "Yeah, pretty strange, isn't it? A powerhouse at the Vajra realm, yet he's such a frail old man. His complexion was even worse before this. He looked like a zombie. We even used a 7-soul flower, but he still hasn't woken up." Fang Yi asked with curiosity, "What exactly happened to him?" Yelan had no choice but to recount the story. A dark attribute disaster struck the capital, a celestial anomaly. The sky was torn open by darkness. To stop the anomaly and the dark attribute from affecting the capital, our master used his own body to try and seal the remnant. All of us used a special method to transfer our spiritual power to him beforehand. We estimated this abnormal disaster to be beyond S rank. Even though the dark wave we encountered was already a terrifying S rank, the destructive power of this disaster is many times stronger than that. Once it fully manifests, it could destroy the entire capital city. Even the cities surrounding the capital would be infected and destroyed. The capital holds a very special significance. Once it falls, the entire nation will descend into chaos. Master used his domain to forcibly seal the S-rank anomaly, but we never expected that it would take the combined strength of all of us to deal with this massive disaster. It was even more terrifying than we had estimated. Master suffered a backlash from the dark attribute. If he weren't a venerable of the Vajra realm, he would have turned to dust right then and there. He might have even become nourishment for the dark attribute anomaly. Hearing this, Fang Yi couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He stopped the capital from being destroyed. He truly is a great ascended. He unconsciously recalled his past. Back then, there were also many ascended who shielded me. That's the only way I was able to become human and survive until the end. Perhaps in my past life, at this very moment, he had already sacrificed himself. He reached out a hand. Jialan cried out in alarm. "What are you doing?" As Fang Yi released his lightning, he reassured her, "Don't be nervous. Although the 7-soul flower has already taken effect, I still want to see if I can eliminate some of the tyrannical and stubborn dark attribute within his body. That way he'll wake up sooner." Jialan was skeptical. "What? This is an S-rank disaster." But then she thought about the things Fang Yi had done before. She could only stand aside and wait. "All right then, give it a try. You might be a miracle, but you have to be careful. This dark attribute is even more terrifying than the one in the dark wave. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have recovered so slowly after using the 7-rot flower." Fang Yi focused on channeling his spiritual energy and affirmed, "I know, I can feel it." Just how powerful the darkness here is. Even suppressed and weakened by the purifying power of the 7-rot flower, it could still exert an immense pressure on a person. Just then, the dark spiritual energy surged forth. Yelan looked up in shock, urgently warning, "Fang Yi, be careful. Focus your mind. It's starting to affect you." But Fang Yi seemed unconcerned. He let the Yang attribute spiritual energy surround his body. His golden eyes opened and looked up only to see a pitch-black eye staring down at him. "I can't believe it," he cried out in his mind. "This is pulling my consciousness back to the past."